Good morning. It happened. Yes, it happened. Finally, it did. It did. Yes. Welcome back to episode number 84. I'm excited to host you. Another day, another challenge today. Looking forward to it. It's gonna be an awesome stream. We have some nice breakouts to be talked about, to be discussed. I think this is perfect. It's exactly what we needed right now. So looking forward to that. Let me see where we have with us in the chat today. Yes, let's make it work. Let's make it happen. There we go. Let's go over it and get straight to the sauce, my friends. Yes. Oh, there we go. Are you working? Yeah, I think so. I think we're good. Okay. Yeah, I think we're good. I think we're good. Perfect. What's happening, my friends? Good to see you, Nathaniel. How are you, man? Good to see you, man. Nikki, good to see you, Nick. We have Forex Pips. Pradeep, good morning, man. GMBS, as always. Good to see you. As always, Christian Gonzalo, good to see you, man. Good morning. How you doing, man? Yes. NYD. Hamza. You have Hamza as well. Okay. What's up? What's happening, Hamza? Good to see you, man. Derek, the man himself. Ken, the man. Da Cypher. Okay. Anyways, guys, a lot of things to cover here. We're going to go deep into everything. Of course, we have exactly what we wanted, right? The breakout was finally there. We could have, we were waiting and anticipating. Looking for the breakout, trading that internal fluff. We call that that internal fluff. Now that we finally broke out, now the dynamic changes a little bit, right? I love that. Some new conditions right there, okay? No more internal. Let's go and move higher a little bit and see what we can do from there. Okay? Looking forward to that. Let me make it an epic stream. We have a lot of things to cover. And yeah, man. Looking forward to today's session, giving him hopefully the best analysis of the session. And continue the process from there. Sounds good? Perfect.
Peligrosa cuando ando con las millas. En minifalda negra siempre fina. No fue por pena, no fue por drama, fue por placer. Fueron las ganas, ser desacata y sudarlo sin pensar. La tienen atacha cuando empiezo a bailar. Caught your attention. Se viró la disco, trae mucho flow. Desacatadita, vamos a darle un show. Vamos a darle un show. Luces bajitas, sudando lento, copas arriba, cero sentimiento. No me hables de lo que pudo ser, eso se queda donde lo dejé. No me persigas, no estoy en ti, esto es por el ritmo que tengo en mí. No fue la cal, fue decisión, bailar contigo fue tentación. No fue por drama, fue por placer. Fueron las ganas, ser desacata y sudarlo sin pensar. La tienen atacha cuando empiezo a bailar. Se viró la disco, trae mucho flow. Desacatadita, vamos a darle un show. Vamos a darle un show. Se viró la disco, trae mucho flow. Desacatadita, vamos a darle un show. Vamos a darle un show. Se viró la disco, trae mucho flow. Desacatadita, vamos a darle un show. Vamos a darle un show.
Okay. Yes, sir. Welcome back, baby. Yeah. Another big day ahead of us. Finally, a monster breakout. Yes. We've been waiting for that moment. Okay. The reason why was because of the fact that we have been in the range of range, the range there ranges forever and ever and ever. Can you imagine being stuck there forever and ever? Going up, going down, going up, going down, going up, going down. We need to see breakout. Yes. We know it was a matter of time. You can't predict it though. So you have to play the rules. You have to play by the rules that have been given to you. And then the management rules that adapt to those rules. Okay, so therefore it was getting in, TP1, stop loss and break even, get out. Getting in, TP1, stop loss and break even, get out, etc., etc., etc. I mean, that's how it's been growing our account, and that's how we have been still profitable inside of a very tight range. Okay, right here. So that's a good part, okay? Now that we're breaking out, now we're gonna see some, hopefully some momentum, okay? Some continuation maybe, or at least maybe a little bit of cleaner price action, right? Hope that makes sense. That's something that we're looking at. Anyways, the dollar is still relatively strong. Interesting enough, right? Look at the dollar. The dollar has been pushing up as well here. Is now operating in that supply zone on the 8-hour time frame. We marked this out way before. We're still in that area right here. If you look at the dollar on the lower time frame, you can actually see that it's not per definition weak, right? Let's be honest. It's not per definition really looking, looking terrible, looking really weak. Like the market is a little bit off as well. Look at oil. Oil's going up. Huh? The yields are going up. What? Look what's going on. You see that? The yen is dropping, and the yen is dropping hard again. Okay. Probably not going to be good for the yen again. It's going to be a big issue for the Japanese yen. The dollar yen is at 163. That's all-time highs. Practically all-time highs or close to all-time highs. At least all-time highs. I mean, since 86. 1986. Okay. Pretty much all-time highs, if you want to call it that. But anyways, we're all the way up here right now. I think this is not good for the yen. The yen needs to do something about it, because if the yen does not, or the Bank of Japan does not, it's going to be a big issue for the Japanese economy, okay? Anyways, the dollar is floating up, is trying to push higher, gold's pushing higher. The market's a little bit off here. The market came down a little bit. Look at the Nasdaq right here. Okay, on the monthly candle, the weekly. We're kind of flat in a range. Yeah, it's an interesting market condition we're facing, guys. Not gonna lie. We're in an interesting condition right now. One thing that I can guarantee you now on gold, though, this breakout was kind of expected at some point, right? There's no room about this. We're kind of waiting for that moment that we could finally make that move. And once we finally did make that move, yeah, we have only one thing to look at. And that is the fact that we are now breaking above. And let's go back to gold in the higher time frame first real quick. We're creating new zones, right? New arrows of demand for the first time in a long time here. We have one here on the 4-hour. We have one right there, right? We have a couple of arrows right now that we're facing and that we're seeing. But most importantly, like I talked about in my Telegram video, okay, where we talked about all the ways you could draw the volume profile, okay, right here. This is a video, if you haven't watched this yet, it's an unlisted video on my channel. You can kind of, watch it and learn about how to mark out the volume profile if you're completely new to it. Today will be a new video. Okay, today I'm going to release a video about the low volume nodes and how that probably will give you incredible setups, especially in trend, especially in momentum, man, for sure. Anyways, that video will come later after the stream. Okay, for now, let's focus on a couple other things right here that we need to focus on. First things first, right? We need to mark out still the previous weekly range and the volume profile right there. Okay, we take it from the left to the right, all the way to the right. And we are now indeed above the value area, right? So this is something that we always look at every single time, okay? For example, price broke out yesterday, okay? Okay, initially we were looking for shorts. Now, we got a quick short out of it yesterday. It was a small move, but it was a move, right? I think we made around, how much was it yesterday? What, $500 or something? It was not like a big trade or something, right? TP1 trade. But anyways, We broke out eventually. Price continued to go up. And then we finally broke out of that long-term trend that we were in for such a long period of time, right? And that trend is now finally broken, okay? The trend is finally broken. Now we can talk about the current status, okay? And that is the value area of the previous week. So let's imagine that you have this range. This is a completely weekly range. You break above it, okay? And then price, when price breaks above it, it pulls back. Okay, and it pulls back into what? It pulls back into the value area of the previous weekly range. Okay, the value area of the previous weekly range. What is the value area of the previous weekly range? Well, if this is the weekly high, okay, of the previous week, and this was the previous weekly low, okay, then you have the value area within it. Okay, this is where 70% of the volume has been traded. And therefore, there is significant more institutional interest than outside of that. Okay, so if you mark out the value area right there, the low to the high, then you see what happens, right? Price breaks above it, it pulls back into it, and it continues to go higher. So we try to pull back into the value area, but we're getting rejected from the value area, and buyers are clearly in control and pushing price higher. Okay, now at the same time, inside of the value area, you have something that we call, right there. How do we call this, my friends? Let me know in the chat, please. What is this in the chat? Let me know. Let me know. What do we have there in the chat? Just curious European right there. Okay. Yes, anyone? How do we call that? Just want to check it out. Just want to make sure that you guys are fully updated. Yes. Let's see. Low volume note, yes sir, low volume note right there. That's what we're going to talk about today. This is a low volume note. You see that significantly lower volume traded after we tapped into or broke above the value area. We pulled back into that, right? So you have the low volume note. And if you look at where we tapped into, yeah, when we broke above it, into the low volume note. Okay, into the low volume note right there. Okay, now that aligned of course perfectly with also the value area high, but the low volume node was the first low volume node inside that level. Price stepped into that, and then it continued to go higher, okay? So that is for me already one of the best possible setups you can take. Like really, these setups have like, man, the probability on these trades are ridiculous, okay? So we had our one account right here, of course. This was just one of our accounts right there. This is one of the accounts that we utilize. Whoa. If it works, let me see if it works right there. Dun, 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 dun. If it works, there we go. Yeah, so at one of our accounts right now, we're sitting at 19.3. I added another one, a smaller one as well. I'm doing another one. Yeah, I'm doing another one. I decided to go for one more. And this is of course where we exactly like. Whoa, can we see it? Can we find it? Yeah. What is this? Are we there? What is this? Oh, there we go. If it works. That's my OBS studio. 1 second. Anyways, my whole thing is tripping here. Anyways, there we go. Yes, that's one. And then we have another one right around there. Dun, dun, dun. 1 second, guys. This is absolute tripping balls right now. There we go. Tripping balls. There we go. Okay, that's exactly there, yeah? That's that low volume node that we talked about right here. So you have this area right here, your price comes down, right? It comes down. If you look at the charts, it comes down right here. And it starts to induce a lot of sellers to step into the market. And then it goes up higher and higher and higher, right? You tap into the low volume node. Now, that is, in my opinion, an extremely high probability setup. One of the highest probability setups you could take, because you pull back, you see a lot of shorters stepping in, and you just go long against the shorters again, because they're trying to trade the pullback, and then you shoot up higher. So these are one of those conditions right now where actually counter trend trading becomes very tricky, okay? That's actually the thought process and the reasoning of why I want to show you this. This is where it gets very tricky now, okay? To try to trade and to look for the top right now at the current moment. because there are different scenarios where counter trending makes sense. Okay, if we are in a long-term grind to the downside and price is creating this pullback, great. But when a trend is fresh or when a new expansion is taking place and it's kind of happening, right? And it's new and you cannot see why, because the dollar is moving up, oil is moving up, right? The Nasdaq is pretty stable. It's not like crashing. So it's not that gold's acting as some sort of safe haven asset, yet gold is pushing higher, right? So if you can predict properly, like what is the reason why gold is pushing up that much right now, why are we breaking out? Then the last thing that I want to do right now, it's it's pretty much going and looking for the highs. Okay. It's trying to counter to trade this, okay, and trying to look for, how do we call that, shorts right now at the moment. I'm going to be very careful with shorts today, okay? Just from that perspective, I have nothing against counter trend trading, but I need to have clear and good reasons for it to give myself that that confirmation and reasoning of, okay, that's why I want to go short for that exact reason, okay? I could give you an insight of where we might stall, okay, and that is indeed at the 4127. That is a level that I think we could get to. That's the previous week of the week before, okay? Because we're still dealing with a range, right? The previous weekly range for before that, that's the 4127, okay? But in this case, I will be a bit cautious with shorting right now. I'm gonna be a bit cautious with shorting today. Okay, I'm just gonna wait for any possible pullback that makes sense, and then go from there, I guess, right? That makes total sense to me personally. Just going for that, waiting for the pullback. This was a good example right there. That was a pretty decent level right there. We have a couple of ranges to work with. We also have a strong expansion to deal with. We have the very high here. We have definitely a couple of levels to look out for, okay? Regardless. So we just have to go to the 5 minute, maybe even lower today, and just look at any pullback scenario and go from there. And yeah, I'm willing to just keep trading and trading and trading it until I'm invalidated or whatever. And keep going. And then if not, look for the next level. Look for the next level, etc., etc. Yes, for now, pay attention to the dollar. I think that's going to be just as important. The dollar is not looking per definition strong now because we're in that higher type of supply. And we're getting rejected as well from it at this current moment right there. Okay, so let's see what gold can do. If gold can pull back in any of our levels, predominantly like this area. This is the level that I was watching. This is the low volume node, for example, already, which is sitting at the 4103. Okay, that is the level that I'm watching immediately, the 4103. And if you could pull back to the 4103, then I would love to target the 27, for example, right? Something like that. If we could get back to the 4103, that would be fantastic, because I think this is a super, what we call a low volume node. Look at that, super low volume. You see that? Significantly lower right there. Question is, can we get there, right? Can we get back towards that low volume node right there, push into this and then looking for the 27? Or do we have to go to the 27 and find resistance there, right? That is a major level that I'm watching, the 27 and the 03. And these are like big moves already. These are like big gaps, you could say, right? These are serious gaps. These are no longer the smaller, the smaller moves that we have been looking for in a trend, or how do you call that? In a range, in a ranging market, pretty much, right? So yeah. What have you done with your account? I added another account to it, okay? I have 2 accounts now, I added one more. I just want to see what's going on this account as well. I'm also doing this for testing purposes. I also test certain things in trends. For example, this is where I only trade trending markets right now. I'm just only going to look for the momentum, the trending markets. Like, it's just, let me experiment a little bit. Okay, this is one with 7.7K now. And then I have another one right there, which is, of course, our challenge that we're doing together, which now is sitting at 19.3. Yeah. Yeah. In terms of sells, I'm very careful with selling now, personally, because these are big impulses. These are huge impulses to the upside. Like, there's a lot of volume behind these candles right now that we're seeing here. Also in the lower time frame, you can just simply see the amount of volume here. 2.7 thousand contracts, 1.4, 1.4, 1.8. It's a lot in comparison. Okay, on the 15 minute, it's definitely a lot. It is definitely a lot if you compare that from that perspective right there. Okay, so yeah, I'm a bit careful with shorting here, definitely. At least now, because we're not at the 27. Yeah, I like it. I like when gold's pushing up higher. I like it. I like it. It's nice to see gold going back a little bit. Just give us a little bit. It's fine. Just give me a little bit of some momentum here to the upside. It's good. We can have that once in a while. We deserve it once in a while, right? Nothing against shorting though. We don't really care, really. But like, still nice to see a little bit of an expansion, right? Yes, sir. That's how it should be. The thing is with gold, if you think, oh, it cannot go higher, oh, trust me, man. If gold goes, it goes. It can definitely go higher. That's the thing with gold. It can also go lower, much lower than you expect it to go. We all have learned that lesson, right? We've all learned that one. What thing are you using for the footprint chart? That is the exit charts, my friend. The exit charts, yes. Yeah, if you have a runner there, yeah, then you're in a good position, man. I entered also at the lowest before. I entered at 4,056. And we are keep going higher right now. Keep going higher. Huh? Mm-hmm. 4,056. Now we're at 4,120, man. And I closed it at 85. I closed it at 85. Yeah. Yeah, we will have a couple levels here to work with, but number one, we have also another zone, but that's already at 112. Not 112, sorry. Let me see. Sorry. The 07, but like we have one more level actually in between that we have to watch. 07, yeah. Morning, G. Why last couple of days gold didn't respect levels, or is it just me? Good question, man. Main reason why gold didn't respect levels was because we were just in a range, right? We're so tight, man. Yeah, it had to go at some point. We talked about this already so long. We were like compressing so heavily that at some point in time, gold has to just make that breakout, right? You get something like this, it gets tighter and tighter and tighter and tighter, and you just know, like, this is one of the most basic patterns, right, that everyone learns at the beginning of the trading journey, but they do work when it comes down to like breakouts and stuff, right? You know that it's coming. I'm not here to predict, oh, this is a blah, blah, blah falling wedge, so we're gonna go higher. That's not really what I'm looking at. I just know, okay, we are just compressing and we're getting tighter, and sooner or later, we're gonna see a breakout, and rather sooner than later, right? But inside of it, you just know that, okay, you have to just adjust your risk. Not risk, but your management. Like, I think there's one thing that I feel like I've done really well in the past month, and that is that my management has been top level in comparison to how it was, let's say, 2 years ago or a year ago, I would even say. I think my management still has improved a lot. And yeah, the amount of times, right, that I, for example, went to my take profit range or area where I did not take profits and then price came back to my entry before was a lot of times, right? I was constantly trying to get into the runners, into the running trades, like the big trades, right? Because that felt more fulfilling. Then I decided to go and to take profits at some point in certain conditions only, right? So in certain conditions specifically, I take profits. And that helped me so much. That helped me a lot. Yeah. Because the amount of times I took profits at TP1 and then price came back to my entry in the last month. Yes, it happened many times. But if you add this up, right? If you constantly add that up and you have a relatively high win rate, then it's still profit. It's still reasonable, good profit. It really stacks. It really adds on. Yeah. Okay, we're below the point of control, so we're probably going to make a little bit of a deeper pullback right now. Let's keep a close eye on the dollar too, just to observe where the dollar is at, right? What is the dollar doing right now? Where are we heading to? How are we reacting against gold, right? I like to just understand and know that, right? Because if the dollar continues to go higher and gold reacts bearish to it, then that is something that I would like to know. Even though the correlation has been off in this breakout scenario. Still want to observe what's going on, what's happening, what's going up, what's going down at the moment. Now, oil is shooting up. Look at that. Look at oil. Gold does not care. Dollar is starting to break higher now. Or it's trying to, but it's without a lot of success as well. We just hit the previous weekly high. We actually took it out already. Yeah. And we closed above it. So we didn't just swept the highs. No, we actually closed above it really strong. But I personally don't really look too much at the, how do you say that? I personally don't really look too much above or at the previous weekly highs and lows only. I also like to look at the value area, because this is something that I think you could really utilize and leverage very well. It's looking at the value area of the ranges. This is another good example right there of the value area low. We'll find another level of support there too. Early previous week. Yes. So when you don't take profits, when like we're super trending, I usually try to get break even, you know, and then also sometimes I go back to my entry. These are the only moments where I go back to my entry sometimes and just like break even without taking profits. But if that turns into runner, you have these like real runners, right? The probability of getting into those runners is just higher. So yeah. If we're in a range, I have to take profits. If we're going against the trend, which is sometimes very good, and I'm talking about, let's say, the 4 hour is bearish. Okay, the 4 hour time frame is bearish, but we're seeing like a pullback on the 15 minute, 5 minute, 15 minutes, right? Now that's what I call counter trend. I'm not talking about the 5 minute counter trend, right? I'm talking about the larger pullback of like a 4 hour trend, for example. We still take profits at TP1. All right, this looks like a rejection play though now. It looks like a little bit of a rejection here. Look at that, 2. Yeah, a little bit. How much RR is your TP1? I would say it depends. It actually really depends. I don't really set a fixed RR anymore now. That was a really good start, a really good foundation to test a lot of things. But now, if you're going to like the advanced management, I would say that TP1 is not necessarily a mechanical TP1. So it depends. You can have like a clean break of structure that could be like a TP1. It could be that you can just see that price does not want to break it anymore. Like yesterday, right? Yesterday price came down, we took our profit. Because it just, you could see it just didn't want to come down. It didn't want to break, right? And it like was there hovering for a while. And I was like, okay, well, I think we have to take some profits here because it just does not want to break lower. And then, yeah, it actually never broke lower. What is the level? This is what we call the swing value area high right there. Okay, we have the swing value high, so we mark it out. Okay, we take the bottom, okay, the last low here, and we take it to the high. Okay, and we get to what we call a swing value area high here at 4. But underneath that, we have like a low volume node. Okay, that's sitting right there. So I think that is a good level. The 4103, if you could get there, it would be amazing. And then I would like to target something like the point of control of the week before, not the previous week, but the week before that, which is sitting at the 26. So it would be amazing if we could get there. For now, I think we could, because we're getting rejected by the point of control of the last high, the last swing. We're facing that resistance there. So hopefully we could do something like this. Hopefully. Let's see. Right, similar to what we have seen. Yeah, pretty much here. Right, something like that. Or here, pardon. Or here, where where I took an entry from yesterday late. We've done it again later, right there. This was already when I was sleeping though, it was very late. And then a range breakout, another range breakout, same thing. So let's see if we could do that. Yes. Is your low volume node similar to a fair value gap? Yeah, sometimes it is. Sometimes it is. Sometimes it's not. Because it depends. Right? For example, on the 15-minute time frame. Right? This is a low volume node from the previous week. You see that? Right there. And you can see how we're hovering around this right there. So we had our bounce here, resistance here, bounce here, resistance here, resistance here, resistance here. You see that? And then support there. That was yesterday. Right? Now, if you would look at that, for example, and you say, oh, that's a fair value gap. Well, not really here, right? You don't really see that here. If you would just look at the wave, the swing, you don't really see it. But it's still a low volume node, if that makes sense. Yeah, it's how price has interacted at that level for a long period of time, creating a lot of inefficiency, a lot of absorption, a lot of passive activity there. So sometimes, yes, it looks exactly like a fair value gap, and sometimes no. Sometimes you can't see it. But yeah, it does reflect some sort of inefficiency. For now, we're still holding up. We're still holding up really well, actually. So hopefully we pull back. Oh. A little bit of resistance, as we can tell right now at the moment. A little bit of resistance here. We have no news. I was like, there is no chance that we're gonna be in a range until the FOMC. I was like, no way, we're gonna be in that range on the 4-hour time frame for another week until the FOMC comes. But keep in mind that when the FOMC is there, then we truly know what gold's gonna do, right? After that, we will probably really know what will happen, because that is not going to be that far away anymore. The Federal Reserve interest rate decision, okay, next Wednesday, a week from now exactly, Okay, we need to know exactly what's going to happen there and how gold responds to that, because that will be a serious game changer. Understanding what's going on there. Still holding up well. The point of control is serious resistance though. Look at that. See that? Serious resistance there. That's some serious resistance there. That's for sure. Let's set them out real quick. The 90 as well, right? Yeah. Yeah, it just doesn't want to ever come down at all. It's just refusing to break down. Every low volume note's getting respected here. This is also one of them right there. That's crazy. Be careful with selling though. Like I'm not looking to sell. I'm not sure about you, but right now at the moment, there's no selling. This is not a selling market anymore, in the short term at least. Yeah, I talked about it already. Oil, dollar, everything's pushing up. Everything. Dollar's pushing up. Oil is exploding. Look at oil. Yield. Steady. Look at silver. Yeah, the Nasdaq is dropping. Okay, the Nasdaq is dropping. Stock market crash. What? AI? Ooh, overvalued. China. DeepSeek. Quen. What is it called? Kimi K3. Do you guys know about that one? I've been using it. It's crazy. These Chinese AIs. I'm not sure if you are aware of it, but it's pretty next level. Okay. It's pretty next level. So if this causes a quote unquote crash, then I don't know. The Chinese AIs are taking over. They're cheaper. They're more efficient. They're cheaper. Dave says, I feel like gold is overdue for a breakdown. Yeah, the thing about it, this is every time you think, oh, it should come down, it doesn't come down. Same thing as like when you think it should bounce now, this is a nice level where it should bounce from, it doesn't bounce. And it doesn't react. And it just keeps going to the downside. It did close above the point of control again. I think China will ban Chinese LLMs because they're undercut cost of Anthropic and OpenAI. Well, they have to. They have to. They have to ban the Chinese AIs. Otherwise, China is just gonna, flatten them out. This is just the reality of what's going on right now. They're way cheaper. Okay. So imagine this, right? Imagine you are a US company. And you have like, you use AI for everything now, right? You fired a lot of your employees already, which is the reality, by the way. It's happening all over the place, right? Because they realize, wow, I can use my agents now, my AI agents to do my work, to do the work for me. And I just need 1 or 2 guys that can manage those agents. And I have 10 times the productivity. So let's just do that, okay? Now, if you do that and you use, let's say, a Claude or you use an OpenAI, right? You use a ChatGPT or a GPT 5.56 or a Claude, a Fable or an Opus, whatever the model is, the AI model is. The amount of money that you spend in tokens is off the rockets, okay? I tried to work on a little project, I was like, you know what, I'm creative sometimes, right? Experimenting with some things as well. I like to experiment with AI. I like to learn about it, okay? Before I knew it, I spent $2,000 in tokens. I'm like, holy shit, this is expensive. Like vaporized. I put in one prompt, boom, it vaporized my credit card, like that, okay? So then I realized, wow, this shit is actually really, really expensive. If you really want to build something serious, you need to spend something like significantly, you need a big budget for it, okay? And then I read about DeepSeek. I read about Kimi, Quen, these AI models from China. I'm like, wow, okay, let's give it a try. I mean, they're like 10 times cheaper. So they must be really bad, right? They must suck because they're so much cheaper. Then they must be like horrible. And then I tried them. I was like, huh? What? So I'm getting like practically the same results for like 10x the price, like 10x cheaper. Okay. And I was actually getting the same results. I was getting the same work done. Exactly what I needed was getting done with these models. Okay. To think about that, if you are a US company and you can then choose, right? And you are a startup, you are bootstrapped. What, are you going to use Claude? Or are you going to use a Chinese model and spend 10 times less for the same result, right? that is the conclusion that we're seeing right now. And that is what a lot of companies are facing in the United States. Now, the only problem why big corporations are not doing it with the US, with China, is because of security reasons. Because they don't want their data to be stolen. But then the question is Claude, is ChatGPT, or is OpenAI, are they that sensible with your data? I don't know. That's also a question, right? So it's all a big question mark right now of what is going to happen. And while that's happening, trillions of dollars are getting invested into data centers in the United States, okay? With no profitable return, no expectancy. That can be good for an investor though, right? There's a reason why these listings on the Nasdaq exchange for Cloud and the OpenAI are delayed. Yeah. So anyways, China, I've been using them and it has been working for me a lot better. A lot better. Not better than Cloud or whatever, but just as good or close to as good or 10 times cheaper. Yeah. Yeah, this is gonna go straight to the what is the name of the Chinese AI? It's called Kimi. I think by Moonshot, okay? Moonshot, you need to look at them. Moonshot or something like that. Yeah, Beijing Moonshot AI technology. And then you have Kimi. It just came out like 3 days ago. And it's just as good, if not... It's almost as good as GPT 5.6, but I think it's like 5 times, 6 times cheaper. Yeah. Okay, now at this moment in time, we're gonna go probably for the point control first. We have to really wait and wait and wait. At some point, we have to make a little bit of a like a deeper pullback inside of the swing. What I'm looking for is pretty much something like this. Eventually, you know, it looks like this or like this, right? We traded this one right here very nicely. This one was also a very nice opportunity, but I was already sleeping. Like these things happen. A lot, okay? These are like those bull flags, you could call that. But what I'm looking for is how price pulls back to a low volume node or a value area high. Look at that, right? If you would mark out the swing high to swing low or swing low to swing high, you have a swing low, you have a swing high, you pull back, you tap into the value area high, right? At the value area high, I look at some confirmation sometimes, but it also aligns with what we call a low volume node. It taps into that zone and it bounces, okay? Then we have a major breakout, okay? And price pulls back into a level. Why that level? That level was met because the fact that on the 50-minute time frame, we had what we call a previous weekly range with the value high and the low volume node. So we broke above the value area, right? We broke above the value area, price came back into it. It tapped into the first low volume node inside of it and it bounced again higher. But that is another setup that I would look at any given day of the week, okay? Then you have the new wave, the new push. After that, you have a new swing, okay? Swing low to swing high, but you're also dealing with a range here, okay? This range right there, because you kind of trended down. So I use this as well, and I mark out, again, the low volume node of that range and the value area high. You have the value high, right? And the low volume node. You mark it out right there. What do? You tap into it right there and you shoot up again. You see that? So you have the very high, Beautiful. Tap into it, low volume node, breakout, right? Now we are in a range where we just do nothing. We just range and break out. That's it. So we have a range and we break out. We have a range and we break out, right? So at some point in time, I'm waiting for that slowdown to happen here. That will simply give us the best opportunities for that next leg up. You know, that wave up here, we've seen it happening there. We've seen it happening there. We've seen it happening there, right? And now we're just exploding. So now, unfortunately, it's really hard to get into those setups right there. And even seeing like a 50% retracement, we don't even see that, right? It's just so aggressive right now. So yeah. But there are still a lot of setups that you can take here, or that you can take in those scenarios, right? Breakout, retest, breakout, retest, breakout, retest, and then the range breakout. This is where it gets a bit more aggressive. You have to wait for those pullbacks into those levels. Cowboy, good to see you, bro. Cowboy, the man himself. Hey, man. Lovely to see you, man. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing fantastic. Good to see you, bro. Love using AI. I never go over. Lots of add-ons are free. Tie them together. Yeah, I love that. I love that. There's also one that I would recommend if you're new. Give that a try. And that is DeepSeek V4 Flash. Yes, V4 Flash. Try this one. And this is for the people that are new and I want to learn about it and I want to use it. That one is, wow. For what you pay for it, it's very, very good. Okay? It's very good. If you are a developer, there are no excuses anymore, you know? You can be a developer from a very, 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 very poor country. Very poor country. You can be a developer from one of the poorest countries in the world, okay? And there are models, I can guarantee you right now, if you have an internet connection, you are able to make and build something and sell it. You are able to do that. There are no excuses anymore. You need to take advantage of it. You need to. Because that gap is going to close. Okay? People are going to catch up. Just saying. Yo, bro, please help me. I'm in a cell phone 4070. Aye. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, you definitely have a lot of levels in between, man. Right now at the moment. You definitely have a lot of levels in between that. Aye. Yeah, that's a tough one, brother. It's a tough one. That's a tough one. Mac, bought at 40.80, set stop loss and slept off, just woke up to maximum profits. Wow, that's well done, man. Amazing. I was in a trade at 40.50, correct? Let me see. 40.56, yeah. But I closed it at 84. And then I went to bed with happy. I was super happy. Went to bed, nice trade, closed at the highs, played exactly out like I wanted it. And then I woke up. And then I saw that we were at 4100. And now we're at 4120. Yeah, but that was actually the lesson that I really enjoyed. This helped me tremendously with my results in June and in July, and that is the lesson and the confirmation also for myself that I'm just as capable trading the ranges as the momentum. Just as capable as trading the ranges when the market is a bit all over the place, right? Highs and lows, highs and lows. Wow. Look at the chat. Just as capable of marking the ranges, the highs and lows, the highs and lows, the highs and lows, than the trend as well here. So whenever I know, okay, we're in a range, we are compressing heavily right here for such a long period of time. Okay, there are going to be a couple days sometimes where I don't trade or whatever, but most of the time I can find some good setups. The management is where it's at, and I'm not going to try to anticipate a breakout like we did. Okay, because the moment you break out, there are so many trading opportunities that you can take on the lower time frame. You don't need to get into the trade here, try to predict the bottom, and then try to go for the breakout. For me, the amount of times that I tried to predict the bottom before, and then it didn't break out and it pulled back to my entry or lower, yeah, that just is not worth the anticipation. So I rather keep trading the range, keep getting in, keep getting out. We get the confirmation. We are now breaking out. We now closed above it. Now I can go to the lower time frame. Now I can start looking at setups, the way I want to look at setups, right? And you know, you break out, you retrace, you get into a good trade. And right there, right? You get the confirmation, you get it on the lower time frame. And yeah, no need for me personally to wait for the breakout or anticipate the breakout before the breakout happens. And then change my rules. Okay, now we broke out. Now we have that confirmation. Now I could do this or do that. What is the major zone for selling? I mean, there is a zone that we have to mark out, and that is of course going to be, I think it's already there, close to it, right? I think we're close to it. It's pretty much that next supply zone, I would say, right? It's at, yeah, exactly. The 27, 28, 29. That is that supply zone. We got rejected at it already before. So we have the bottom. We have the range. That supply, we got rejected. We came down, we pulled back, we got rejected. And then we sold off, right? Now we're pulling back. So supply, breakdown, retest, sell off. Couldn't break the lows though. Now we're back at the highs where that sell off started. So yeah, we're gonna find resistance already very soon. We know that. We know that. If you go to the lower time frame, then you can use, let's say, from a volume profile standpoint, the point of control, the fixed range volume profile from the week before that. Okay, and the point of control is sitting right there. All right, at 26, 27. That will be resistance, and then above that, you have the low volume node at 31. So in terms of resistance, I would say, and this is a serious level of resistance because you're dealing with daily supply and you're dealing with the point of control of that area. This is going to be your zone, and it's a big zone, by the way. But this is going to be your area right there, that box right there above. Right? So that is also a zone where I would like to trade into, for example. Okay? That is a zone where I would like to trade into as well. It's like exactly like that. It's pretty much the area where I want price to get into, trade into. But yeah, that's the zone that I'm going to watch. You could say the 31. Okay? Because you're dealing with higher time frame supply, which is very important on the daily time frame. Why? Because every daily supply zone has been respected. Look at gold futures, for example. Okay. Now, this is the first one we took out, but before that, we had drop, base, drop, right? Or we had a breakdown. Then we had a rally base. Let's go to this one right there. Right? Rally base drop. Right there, rejection. Then we had a rally base drop, rejection, right? You could see that twice, rejection, rejection. Now we're breaking out. We're taking out this one, and now we're pulling into that one. Now that one is higher time frame standpoint already there. And then on the lower time frame, we just talked about the Y. And that is pretty much what we were looking for already, that area. What I hope to see is that we can actually pull back and trade towards that zone one more time, right? That would be the ideal. That's something I would love to see. A pullback, a slow grind maybe, and then a breakout. Final move. Point of control. Daily supply. Low volume node. If we get there already, yeah, expect some resistance, definitely. Expect some resistance right there, yeah. Interesting part about the valuation yesterday, it didn't obviously work very well once we started to go up. It did work when we entered our short and exited here, when we took our profits, remember? Lucky that we did, because we literally closed at the right moment. But after that, it started to go up. But any time before that, it played out perfectly, right? So that's funny. Every time before that, it was just perfect. But that is just purely because that was the exact moment price was breaking out of that 4-hour trend. It was the exact moment we started to see this breakout right there. So yeah, that is just a timing thing. That is just a timing issue, pretty much. Then we had one again here, an overvaluation right there. And we had a little bit of a pullback in an uptrend of around 130 pips. And then we had to cool down a little bit, and then we could go up again. Now we're up there again. So yeah, I do think sooner than later we'll see somewhat of another pullback, and I hope soon. Lorenzo, why not start earlier? I think it doesn't matter, because we didn't have any proper pullback here in any of these ranges since this area. This is great. This is perfect. This was perfect. And this was perfect. So there are a lot of good pullbacks that make sense. These ones are just like balance, unbalanced, balanced, unbalanced. So just be patient, I would say, man. Just be patient. We'll find setups there. Yeah, it's very interesting. Up until like, I think 2 weeks ago, no, a week ago, maybe a couple days ago, Right, people, we're still thinking about the lows and the breakdown. And then gold does something like this, where it decides to do something else. This doesn't necessarily mean that gold will be bullish. I think that's important to mention. But it is important to take into consideration that we are in weekly support. And that we've never broken it. Okay, we've never broken that weekly area of support right there. If you look at it from that perspective, we're kind of held above it, right? Never broke it. And we're seeing a pretty strong impulse now. So that's definitely an interesting reaction we're seeing right now on the on gold. The fact that we did not break it. And yeah, there is a chance now we're going to most likely test the higher boundary. Okay, simply the higher boundary of that level, of that area, which is kind of this range. And then we're on our way. We are on our way. If you want, we can start from 6 a.m. local time. No, 6 a.m. is right here when the market opens up. I would say 8 is the best. I think 8 is a good time to kick it off and see where it's at. Even though this was not a trader, I would have definitely not gotten into the setup, to be honest. I have to be honest with you guys. The range was here, the breakout was there. I would have probably not spotted a... Or would I? Yeah, okay, maybe. Maybe inside this area right there. Right at 8. Right at 8. We can do that tomorrow. We can do it tomorrow at 8. For sure. We can give it a try. Let's do it. If not, we just stream a bit longer, right? It's fine if nothing happens. If I buy, what's the TP? I would say 27 and 31. How do you determine your stop loss? That's a good question. So number one, the thing about this is if I would enter, let's say around here, right? And I will put my stop loss there. What can happen sometimes is that you have these wicks. So you kind of like, it looks like you break through it and then you don't. And then it like comes up again. And then if you put your stop loss right below that, you get stopped out and then it moves into the direction. So you have to be very careful that you don't put your stop loss too tight, because if you do that, sometimes it just wicks through it and then it goes and it pulls back and it never actually closes below it, but it just like sweeps it and then it goes, right? So I'm very careful with like putting my stop loss right below. I usually want to give it a bit of room to make sure that that does not happen. And I know it reduces my risk reward ratio, but these very tight like stop losses are usually for me not as good, not as efficient, because I've seen it just so many times just wicking me, going to the low volume nodes and then, you know, making that move. This one was actually perfect though, but this was also the previous weekly, right? This is a different level. This is like a much bigger range, a much bigger zone. When it comes down to the smaller internal swings, I would say stop loss a bit lower. Stop loss a little below it. And not right under it, right under it. Yeah, because you can then be perfectly right and correct and still get stopped out. And yeah, you really want to avoid that, because setting your stop loss too tight, I get it, right? Especially if it's like a small account, you want to risk more and you want to like set your stop loss as tight as possible. But it just will, it can really mess up your efficiency, really. At least from what I've seen. What you then could do better, if you really want to like get very tight with your stop losses and stuff, then I would say wait for the confirmation. Try to do this, wait for a wick, wait for the closure, and try to put your stop loss below that wick. Or if you have order flow, right, you can actually look into the actual marketplace and say, okay, what happens on the lower time frame there? And then put your stop loss below it. Let's put it right there. Gold one, yeah, 4131. Yeah, so something like the point of control would be nice, because you have a really big target, right? You still have, let's say, the that area as a target. You also have the point of control there. You have like a really big, it's a really big target actually. Yeah. Okay, confirm the buy sign on futures. Yeah, we have a bit of a delay, but it's okay. Yeah, it's right, right around that area. Yeah, correct. Yeah, correct. True, true, true. How to check the order flow right now, to be honest. We're just watching it on the hourly. I watch every hourly closure. It's just kind of the zone that I've marked out. The VWAP is sitting right there at the 10. That's a major level, right? And the 10 on the VWAP is, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that exact level that we're looking for. Right here on spot, which is this level. Right there. Look at the VWAP. The VWAP actually is there too. Around there, around that area. Yeah. And it's actually this area right there. It's a buying zone right there. A lot of volume, 1.6 thousand contracts. Look at that. This is on the 5-minute time frame. 1.6 thousand contracts, right? It's pretty much the highest amount of volume in a single 5-minute candle. Okay? So you have 268 contracts in a 5-minute candle. 700, 400, 700. Then lower volume, 1.1K. 1.6K. You see that right there? 1.6. That's a candle that stands out. That's what I look at. Hey, why is that candle? Why does that candle have so much volume? You don't really see that, right? It's not always the big candle. It's not always the big move, by the way, on a candlestick. Usually, it can be a very small candle with a lot of volume too. It's not always about the size of the candle, but in this case, it is a large candle. But you can see inside of that candle, you have this area, 1.6K. Now, most of that volume was traded inside of this zone. So I marked that out as a zone. Okay, and I have that zone waiting, and that is the retracement that I'm waiting for, right? The pullback scenario that we're looking at. Now, you can fine-tune this to the highest volume, which is right there. Now, that is that zone that I'm watching, let's say. Okay, and it's exactly this area from a volume profile standpoint, from low to high, or you have the very high, you have the low volume node, and the VWAP as well. So like, you have all these things combined, right? Giving us that understanding that inside of this large candle, 1.6 thousand contracts were traded. Now, that is a beautiful zone that I would watch for pullbacks, giving you the highest probability of like support, okay? Just because buyers are gonna defend that level, most likely. Now, if our macro target is not hit yet, which is like the 31, then, and we pull back, then that will be a beautiful continuation setup, for example. Yeah, so what you're in essence trying to do is you're trying to look for the candlestick confirmation, which is the volume profile. You can see that the inefficiency was there. And then you have the actual order flow, which is right there on futures, where you can see like, oh, a lot of volume traded in a candle. 1.6 thousand contracts. VWAP. We might find some support there. So that is an area that we're watching, right? And then, of course, when we are there, we'll probably be, you know, a little bit, we will probably retrace to the zero. We'll get a bit of a relief. And then hopefully we can continue the process. And yeah, I'm not really trying to short this because you just don't really know right now if this is like, just gonna do this, right? Yeah. Order flow data is showing the zone between 41112 and 4118. Correct. Yeah. But that is the futures price, right? That is the futures price of gold. And the futures price is different from the spot price, right? Right now we are dealing with 4126 on futures and 4122 on spot. So let's take it a little bit lower. Let's say, okay, it's roughly speaking the 4104, which is the very high, with a wick down, maybe the 4103. And that would mean something like this. For me personally, would be a yeah, would actually be something like this, and then I would target 1, would target 2, and yeah, something like that, I would say. And then you say, okay, be careful with your stop loss. Don't get it too tight. Like, it's better, it's really like from this perspective, it depends on how the market is moving, but like if it comes back like this, then yeah, I think it's better to keep it like that, for example. Yeah. So I need to make sure I have these levels set already on both ends. Oh. This one relevant, this one is irrelevant. It is about this one right there. And it's about that one right there. Yeah. Yeah, we're flattening out as well a little bit. Gunchi, I got absolutely smoked in a short earlier. Where did you short it from, man? Where did you get your short from? This was, by the way, a beautiful example of right here. I'm not sure if you guys can see it. It's a bit small, right? But I was like 4156 to the 48081. Okay, where you actually took it out that pullback, that high, that low right there, targeting the highs, of course. And then I saw it pulling back. Also after that, I was like, okay, it was a good profit taking, and then it just kept going higher and higher and higher and higher. But like. That came exactly from a low volume node, and it's very similar. It's very similar to this type of setup that we're seeing there. When it comes down to like, you know, confluences. Yeah. I showed it from 84. Okay. 84. 84. Okay, I see. Yeah, it was a major level, but definitely an important level. That's for sure. I understand that you. It was an important level. What is the tick size on the order flow exit charts for the 5 minute? Five-minute time frame. Right now I have 2. I think it's 2. Okay. But make sure that if you go to this chart settings, that you put it at data source, if I'm correct. Yeah. And you put it on the override exchange tick size and power of 10. Okay, original tick size 0.1 become 1. You put it at the power of 10. Okay, that is important, because if you don't do that, you don't get that. You have to do like 20. Okay, you have to put it on tick size 20 instead. Yeah, because I used the latest swing, not the current high. No, the high right here. At 9:10. Are we gonna get an AI running to do the moderation on YouTube? Maybe. You know, maybe I will get in the Chinese AI model here on the chat. Why not? We have our Nightbot already. I'm sure it's possible in the future, very soon. Yeah. Bears are back in, shorts are active, sweep is complete. Okay, let's see then. Let's see if it drops. Let's see if it comes down now. Let's see if this is the sweeper. If the mission has been completed and we can sell off. Let's see. Let's see. We'll give it a, we'll observe. Oh. There we go. Oh. Still pushing. Raphael, my man, good to see you. Welcome back. What's happening? Lorenzo, please give a shout out to Thomas. He started his own streaming on YouTube. Tommy boy, yes. I just don't know what his channel actually is though. I don't know. Wow, it's still pushing and pushing and pushing. What are you going to do that next resistance zone? Man, hey, anything is possible in this area here. Like, one thing I'm saying is, like, I have to be freaking careful with shorting here. But at the same time, yeah, we do have to acknowledge that, like, from a goal perspective right now, let's go to the daily here. Yeah, this is where we definitely will face some resistance, right? We cannot neglect that. That's for sure. Especially if you look at it from this perspective. We saw that resistance earlier around that same area, right? We had a major sell-off from this level right there. And we're pretty much going to tap into this very, very soon. We're actually in it already. Like, we're getting very close, right? And we're almost there. We're almost at that supply area right there. And we got rejected from it already right around there, right? Right there, okay? We got rejected from it, we tapped into this and we sold off, okay? Our price came down, pulled back into this, and boom, sold off. Price comes back into it. We'll find probably some resistance there as well. And then if you take that level back to the 15 minutes, so keep in mind of that 15-minute range. We use the volume profile now. So we're no longer trading inside of the value area of this week, okay? That is gone. We're no longer trading inside of that. That is this area. We broke above it and we retraced into it and we bounced from it. So we are out of the value area of the previous week. But now, if we target the value area of the week before that, because we're still in the swing high to swing low here. This is swing high and this is swing low, right? We are now outside of the previous week. We are now entering that week before. We'll probably see something like this right there. A low volume node. We talk about low volume nodes right here, okay? Inside of the low volume node, we'll find resistance right there. So we're in daily supply, okay? Very soon, which is roughly here. Okay, we're very close to it. We have the pony control and we have the low volume node. So yes, we will find a lot of resistance right around that level, right around that area, right there. Okay, so do take that in consideration. It is a tricky one to sell. We all know that. We all know that. We have seen it so many times beforehand. That it's a tricky one to sell inside of that level because price is just consistently getting absorbed and it's holding up and it's getting stronger, right? And stronger and stronger and stronger and stronger consistently, okay? But at the same time, yeah, we are definitely seeing that the price is doing its thing right there, okay? So yeah, it's definitely looking very, very interesting. The fact that we're now at that high and we'll find definitely some resistance at this current moment. We cannot neglect that. But at the same time, the power of this push is so strong that we'll do have a lot of reasons to say, you know, we might be still trying to push up and pull back and continue to go higher. So even in those like higher time and resistance areas, we could pull back enough to just continue for new buyers to step in again. So it's not that I'm like completely done with longs right now, and I anticipate the reversal. And look at the dollar. The dollar does not really look that that convincing now either. Look at the dollar selling off at the moment either. All right, so yeah, we will have resistance there at the 4131. We'll also have a buying zone there, which is very clear, aligned with all the criteria that we're looking for, which is this zone right there. And more and more. But yeah, man, it is interesting. It is interesting. The fact that we managed to get here already in a day. I would still be very careful with shorting. That's all I can say. At some point, yeah, we do have to make a little bit of a pullback. I agree. Yeah, it's probably around here. But like, yeah, for the rest. Lorenzo, what do you think will be the effect by July once China implements banning of leveraged retail paper trading gold? I don't know, man. I don't think it really has some impact. I mean, with Bitcoin, it happened as well. And Bitcoin went from 6,000 to like 100,000. So it was not really... They did it with Bitcoin too. And China was heavily into crypto really early. Like they catch the early wave. Like most of the trading volume came from China. Bro, can you tell possible higher target and shorting error? Everyone is looking to short gold. Have you seen that in the chat? Everyone is looking to short gold. I think why? Everyone has been shorting gold for months now. They're programmed like short, 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 short. It's like, yo, I'm looking for shorts. What's the next level for my next big short? It's like, yo, man, give me that short, man. Like, bro, you know what happens sometimes? That exact moment where you're so programmed with one direction that no matter what happens now, the only thing you can think about is that next big short setup. And I get it. But at the moment, please be careful. Be cautious. Okay? Be careful with shorting. In my opinion, that's my personal opinion. Okay? I have nothing against counter trend trading, but because I do this all the time. All the time. I have been counter trend trading from like all the results that we've done together in the last month. And I looked at it back, by the way. Okay? I looked back at it. I'm like, wow. Can't believe that actually, if you look at it. How many counter trend trades I was doing actually. If I really look at it right here, okay? Buy. It's like, it's 50-50, honestly. It's 50-50. It's 50% longs, 50% shorts. And we were clearly trending down, right? Last month, most of the time. I mean, we were also in a range, don't get me wrong. We were also in a ranging market. But it was definitely more bearish still than bullish. So yeah, I'm a provocateur of like counter trend trading. I have nothing against it. But as long as like, you know, you need to be aware of it, right? It's like, okay, it's still counter. I will be careful. Because imagine if you thought that this was the high and we swept the highs right now. Like I saw people in the chat, right? Oh, we swept the highs here, so we have to drop. We're still pushing. We're still going higher. We're still moving. Yeah. And it literally goes to the point of control if like it's nothing. It's not even like we didn't even see it tap into it. Like it just whoop, it went straight through it. And we know how important point of control is, usually, right off those levels. We know it. We have seen it so many times, hundreds of times, that the point of control is like such an important level. But not now. Not at the moment. Yeah. Yeah, I do think we're gonna see a bit of a stronger reaction here, though. Like at the 31, I would be very surprised if we will not see like a stronger reaction out of this area because of the fact that now we will be tapping into, again, you guys know already what we're looking for. That low volume node, right inside of the high here, and it makes sense because it's like a big reaction, and we've seen a lot of reaction as well from a horizontal support and resistance area. Just look at this right here, right? We have resistance there. We don't have to mark out a support and resistance level because we don't use that. We use the volume profile. We can see the low volume nodes, the high volume nodes. But you can see how much resistance there already was before and how that became support here, resistance here, right? So many times. So we are almost there now. Yeah, we're almost at that level. We're pretty much there, actually. So I do expect some sort of reaction there. But the point of control is completely ignored. Completely ignored. Okay. Now we're seeing something. Now we're seeing a reaction here. Was it at the 31? Let's see. Did I mark it out correctly? I would say so, yeah. I marked it out correctly. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Let's see. Yeah, because we closed the bottom point of control. Now it reacts as support. But yeah, no, now we're in that area. And we have to be very, very aware of that zone, of that resistance zone right there. Yeah. Wow. Wow. Low volume notes. Low volume notes. By the way, today we will be sharing a video about the low volume note. Okay, it is already one on our channel right there. It's about how to draw the volume profile and use it in different conditions. It's a 30-minute video. It's a video that is an unlisted video on my channel. Okay, it only has like 800 views because it's not on my channel. It's actually private, so you can click on it through Telegram right there. Yeah, and I explain exactly how to mark out your zones. And today's video is about the low volume notes. Okay, I'm sharing a free masterclass on my channel because the fact that I want to educate you guys around the volume profile and how to use the volume profile. Just the volume profile, not the whole system, but the volume profile. But the low volume notes are going to be very important because I think it will help you tremendously with finding good entries, or not entries, zones. You know what I mean? Very nice areas. Wow, amazing. The thing is, I'm very cautious with shorting right now, to be honest. Even though this is actually, wow, this is actually very nice. It's a very nice closure, to be honest. To be really honest, it is a very nice closure. Look at that rejection now. Now the point of control starts to make more sense because we actually reclosed below it. And the 50-minute is still getting rejected at it, and it tapped into our low volume node zone. So now it becomes suddenly more relevant, right? But it's still tricky to trade against this trend. So I'm a little bit of a dubio today because I understand this zone and I know why it's an important level. But I also see that gold has been so strong and so powerful, like it has been absorbed constantly. Sellers are constantly getting absorbed consistently. You know, so I'm very careful with shorting here. Even though I know this is a major level and a major zone that I do like. and I do find very interesting. And I do see the potential, but like, that is definitely that area. Yeah. Definitely that area. Let's look at the order flow real quick. Let's go to the lower time frame. Okay, you see that 1.5 thousand contracts. So this is like by now, again on the 15 minutes, suddenly, after 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 contracts, 5 15-minute candles, we suddenly are starting to see more volume coming in. Right when we tap into that resistance now. Now more sellers are also starting to come in at the top. That's also for the first time that we're kind of seeing that, right? We haven't seen that in a while. And we're seeing sellers coming in at the top of the candle instead of the bottom. When it's the bottom, okay, you usually see that can confirm that sellers are actually getting stuck, getting absorbed, because the candle closes bullish, but there are sellers at the bottom, right? So sellers are entering the bottom. Pretty much they enter when the candle is flipping bearish and it's pushing down, right? But then it flips back bullish, right? And then you have that area right there. And then they're stuck in the trade at the top of the bottom of the candle. But now we have sellers at the top. So if this candle closes below that in like 1 minute and 35 seconds, the chances of this becoming resistance is bigger. So yeah, if we're talking about a pullback, we are going to see the pullback soon. Shh. No. Yeah, it's too much absorption still, right? There's no follow through here. Our closure is going to be key. 11 seconds. There is still a lot of absorption here. It's already trying to squeeze through it. Yeah, you see it actually closed above. It closed right into it. Let me see it, lower time frame. Yeah, we closed right above it. So still too much absorption there, in my opinion. Still too much absorption. There's still no confirmation that we're gonna just flip now. That's what we were looking for pretty much, right? That's also the way you look at it. Kind of looking at price. Okay, how does the candle closes against the amount of people that entered in that candle? 1.7 thousand contracts. It's a pretty high candle, high volume candle. The candle is not big, but the 1.7K is pretty. It's a lot of trades inside that candle. Why? Because I think we're at a very important level. So more people are entering the market here. But the closure showed that sellers are not in control yet, right? And the buyers are still holding price up. And that shorting now is still not the way to go. I would say regardless, it's tricky today. But that's from like an order flow perspective, also a good confirmation to see that, right? So you don't FOMO into something. You don't FOMO into trades, you know, and things like that. So that's how you can confirm that once you're at an area of interest, once you're at a level and the volume of the candle increases, that's when you know, okay, we're not there yet. We're not there yet. And now we're starting to push. You see that? So you need to be there, chill. Yeah. Tomorrow we're gonna start earlier. Tomorrow we're gonna start at 8. Mark my words. We're gonna start at 8. Just because. We're gonna also start, I think, 30 minutes earlier, 45 minutes earlier. Just see where we are. So get ready also tomorrow, making sure. This zone is still a relevant zone, by the way, even though like if price doesn't get there now, if we get there at some point, this will be a super important level. Okay. Super important level. 4103 and then 4098. So 4103, 4098. Super important area. There's a big chance we're going to buy here regardless when price gets there. I'm like, yeah, is it worth setting a limit order there? I mean, I did this before. It just depends. Once price is there, I kind of know if it's worth setting a limit order or not. But it depends. It depends a little bit today. It just depends. If I want to do that, yes. At the 4103, I will put it at the 4103, but you know, the thing is, something can happen, some news can come out, something sporadically could occur, and it depends, right? I don't want to say it now, because if in the New York session we see the pullback or whatever, well, I prefer to still wait a little bit longer, because what I'm looking for now in this session at the moment is this going to be a rejection, yes or no? And if this is going to be a rejection, then we'll see that very, very soon. Specifically on the 15-minute time frame. One thing for sure, more sellers are entering here. Wow, we're already there. Wow, wow, wow. Already in that zone. No more New York sessions for now, not really. At the moment, the aces have been very, very nice. I mean, look at the price action in general. I've been enjoying it. Like, I've been making money. I've been profitable in July, in June, in not the best market conditions. I've been making a decent amount of money, and the aces session has been definitely part of that, to be honest. Okay, I will observe the New York, because of course I took a trade in New York as well here. Where was that? Was this setup right there? I took a long here. So yeah, it was definitely a nice setup though. Yesterday's session, New York. But Asia has been treating us well. Boss, no way, bro. I don't think you know what you're doing. Just yesterday you had 18K, 5 minutes ago you had 11, and now it's 7. Yeah, I'm blowing everything. Everything is gone. No, this is the 19K account right there. We started it from 6K. It was a challenge, right? Made around 12K profit with our challenge account. So we want to make sure that we'll live account, but we do this on stream. We use this for the streams. And I added another one right now, which is this one. If I can find it. This one right there. Just that's a brand new one. That's a brand new account. Also another challenge because I'm testing something. I'm testing trends versus ranging markets. And there is one specific account I want to trade purely for the trending markets as well, like these. And I want to test the results independently on that account. Why small accounts? Yeah, 19K now, so it's not as small anymore, but because it's a really good amount to start with and to like really scale with to 100K. But I mean, it's just amazing to show it on the stream, number one. Right, I've been doing this live on the stream. Everything, almost every trade on that account, 99% of the trades are taken live on stream. Or are been talked about before on stream in terms of analysis, exact setup, levels I'm looking for, and then post it in Telegram. So for me personally, that's just a great way of showing, hey, you can grow a 5K account to, or in this case 6, to now 19, to then 100, right? It is possible. It is possible to do that. So for me, it's just a great way of showing that it's possible, and it's also amazing for me to do that. And calling those trades out. And now adding on another account on the side as well. And it's something that's more, I think, real as well for you guys, right? That it's possible. You know, don't fall for those like guys that like turn like $30 into like $1 million, right? Because it actually can work, but they only make videos. They don't like show things live on stream every day. They make videos about it. And then what they do, they don't have just one account where they say, I'm growing my account from $100 to this. They actually have 40 accounts set up at the same time. And they put $100 on each of those 40 accounts. And then they constantly take different trades on each of those 40 accounts. And then one blows up, for example, right? One goes, right? And yeah, okay. And then you show that one account. You know what I mean? So that's kind of the way they do. You can manipulate it with videos very well, but I don't think it's possible to do that with the live streams every day. I mean, so that's kind of the difference. And I'm trying to show it live right now on stream. And you're gonna see my winning streaks. You're gonna see my equity curve going from like bullish, very high, very quickly, to like a kind of a boring zone. A boring phase, make me sometimes pull back, and then again momentum wave. So that's usually how my account grows. To be honest, it's like bullish wave, a boring time, and then a little bit of an pullback or whatever, and then bullish wave. And one of the big things that helped me tremendously this month and last month is trade management. The amount of times we took profits in moments where we were not correct about the full trade has been a lot, actually, to be honest. But because we took profits and we managed to trade well, we made it work. We made it work. Robin, funded account is good or not? Yes, of course. If you start out, it's great. Keep in mind there are rules tied to it, and it has also different psychological. It can give you some different psychological triggers, right? It can cause some different psychological triggers as well. Yeah. Important to do it. I didn't know you can use MT5 with futures prop accounts. You cannot. I think you can't. You can. Okay, well, clearly our zone is definitely an area that we have to watch very carefully. That low volume node of the week before, our current week or the previous week, is getting targeted right now at the moment. It's actually this area right there. The point of control is right below that. And we are struggling around the area, around the point of control, around this level right now to continue to go higher. So we are getting a little bit overbought here. We are definitely getting a little bit, yeah, we're holding up here. Let's put it this way. We're holding up here. We're holding up here. I don't see the full breakdown yet where I'm like, yes, this is the break we're looking for. But if this candle closes below the previous candle high with this amount of volume, I do see more potential in the next candle trying to take or come down and trying to push into that previous range, which is this range right here. But there's still so much absorption for now that there's no confirmation of shorts or any reversal yet. No closure below? Nope. Still absorption, man. There is nothing, no shells, nothing. No closures below. It's just straight up. I love how sellers are stepping in, but there is no... Sellers are not getting rewarded right now, that's for sure. They're not getting rewarded for anything yet. There is no confirmation there. Yeah. By the way, G's, since I started streaming again, I started streaming again a couple months ago, okay? I went through a lot of things personally. I had some personal, I would not say personal issues, but I had some things going on, okay? Affected me deeply, all right? I had around 100K subscribers. We started out, we did our absolute best to pull up, get back on track and do our thing on streams again. And that was 4 months ago. 4 months ago. Wow. 4 months ago. Can you believe that? That was 4 months ago. Right there. Okay. And since that, 4 months ago, we are almost reaching a new milestone right now. We're getting very close. Yeah. So never give up, my friends. Never ever give up. Get back to the sauce. Get back to the foundation, the foundational layers, and put in the work. And I thank you greatly. And I want to do everything right. Trading wise, the consistency in trading, I want to do everything correct. And the discipline, of course, the discipline. So, yeah, man. There was no reversal at all yesterday. The buying was very strong. Yeah, yesterday, the only thing that I could do was buying. Yesterday on stream, we actually sold, by the way, just so you know. I know it sounds crazy, but we did sell, right? We did have a sell yesterday. Look at that. I'm not sure if you guys can still see it, if you have it somewhere. Yeah, we did sell, right? We did sell. Yeah, we did. And yeah, we got out. We took our profit. And then price went to our entry. We made our money. And then it went straight to the moon. So yeah, that was the last moment when I decided to sell. And now you can see clearly that even though we're in our zone, there is just nothing to sell. There is no confirmation to sell here. There's nothing to sell here. Okay? Nothing to sell. Yesterday was a different story. We were still in a range. Kind of in a range. We were compressing heavily. And yeah. Now we're not. Now we're finally breaking, which is actually a good thing for gold. We have to acknowledge this. Pullbacks will come. They will occur. And the really clean setups will hold. And the beautiful thing about it is you can actually hold trades a bit longer. Once you're in a good trade, you can allow yourself to hold onto them a bit longer, which is actually what you want sometimes, right? So you can get some higher risk-reward setups. Because the risk-reward setups that I've been taking lately, especially in July, were not even a one, like we're literally just a 1-to-1 on average with TP1s. In June, it was much more like a 2-1, 2-to-1, 2.5-to-1. But once the market is like this and we're moving and you get into a good long, you can get those like 4, 5, 6-to-1 kind of setups sometimes. Yeah, that's very good. Yeah. Love to see that though. Love to freaking see that. I really love to see this though. For me personally, I really like seeing this right now at the moment. I really want to see gold doing what it's doing best and making a little bit of a move again. Continue the process, go up, do its thing. Reset, orientate, and get back on track again. Time for that right now, guys, honestly. When was the last loss? When was the last loss? On stream? I think it was Thursday. Yeah. We'll get losses too. And we get some losses. Yes, we get losses. Thursday. Was it Thursday? I think it was Thursday. the 17th. Friday, sorry, Friday. Yes, Friday. We have Monday, we have Tuesday. They were good days. Today is Wednesday. We're pretty much in the middle of nothing right now. We're trying to do something, but it's constant absorption. So tomorrow's stream will be done at 8 a.m. We'll stream a little bit earlier, 45 minutes earlier as well. So to mark it out, I'm gonna put my alarm, making sure that I'm awake early. Okay, extra early. Okay, I'm gonna make sure that I'll be there. 8 a.m. Yeah. Raya Banks, gold's moving like it's running from its toxic ex. Exactly. Facts, Raya. Love that. The man himself. The OG. Okay. Damn. Next zone. 45. Wow. Yeah. I'm happy that you guys listened and didn't sell gold right there, guys. I'm happy that you guys didn't do that. This is why we look at the order flow sometimes. We use the candlestick chart 99% of the times. I'm not really like an order flow guy, like, you know, like these typical, like real order flow guys. I'm not really like that. I do look at it from the higher time frame. 4 hour, daily, weekly. Okay. In this case, on the 15-minute though, you could tell there was just an absorption going on, and sellers were constantly getting absorbed here, right? And that we look at the volume, we look at the closure. There was no reason because, yeah, sellers were not in control. You could see it. The candle didn't close bearish. The candle didn't close below those sellers. It closed right above it or at it. That's not a confirmation for shorts. That is just not a confirmation for a counter trend pullback setup. Yeah. Yeah, right at the point of control too. A constant continuation play. Right, my strategy is built more around pullbacks, not like deep pullbacks. It doesn't have to be like a deep pullback always. Sometimes it can be something like this, where price just goes up, right? And I have a swing low right here, and I have a swing high. Okay, I use the volume profile. Sometimes the point of control is right there. The value high is, let's say, right here already, right? Or could be right there. So let's say this is the value high. And then there's also low volume node sitting right around that, like right below that, right here. Then I will mark out a zone here already. So I don't care if the swing is like this big and it has to pull back 50% or to the Fibonacci 618, right? No, it doesn't have to be. We could easily look for a continuation long already right there. But we need to see something like that, right? And now what we're seeing is just like a straight up absorption of every candle, every seller that comes into the market. And it just is drying to the upside right there. You see it's grinding. And we're not seeing any clear like pullback like we see, for example, there. This is a good example. This is a great example. These beautiful bull flags right there. Great example. Beautiful range here inside of this area, right? We use the volume profile of that area. We look at the very high. Boom. Right there. You tap into that level right at the bottom right there. That is a good example, right? So there are some really good examples out there. But as long as price is doing this, yeah, you can try to either do two things. Predict the top and watch when sellers are actually back in control a little bit. Or just sit on your freaking hands. Or just go long and wait. And just go long and just wait. No, I would wait for pullbacks a little bit. and see where price could tap into from there. Now we are creating a new area already, and that is now, that area there is already way lower. If this gets taken out, let's say this area gets taken out, we'll have something like this to think about. Yeah, the 26, 22, 26, etc., etc. So yeah, for now we're still at resistance, but there's zero chance that right now at the moment we are gonna look for shorts. At the moment with too much absorption taking place, it's not worth it. Simply not worth it. I think it's right there. Right there, right? Yeah. The long haul trader, gold just blew up my $1,000 account. Unfortunate, man. Unfortunate to hear that. Yeah, this is what I've noticed a lot is that the moment, for example, where we are trending downwards, right, for a long period of time, and the good traders, the best traders that I know, they know how to switch, like how to adapt, how to like go from like bullish to neutral to bearish, bullish, neutral, bearish. Today we're bearish. Today I expect a range. Today I expect a breakout. Whatever. We're bearish. We're bullish, and they anticipate immediately, and they understand how to manage risk properly, immediately to that. Right. So what I notice a lot is that many guys, many traders, they look at the market and they see the market is trending down, 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 down. And then the moment the market starts to actually reverse, right? That selling mentality is still there. It's like it doesn't go away, right? And it's like, it's kind of locked into that because the market, it's been in the selling market for so long now that it becomes so hard to get out of that, like that vibe of selling pressure. And then market switches. And then they're still in the like, oh, I need to look for the next big resistance zone, next big selling zone. And then they get swept. And the best traders that I know are like traders that are really good at like understanding when to look for what, right? So in this case, yesterday I still was looking for sells. Now, okay, I was wrong, but we managed to trade correctly. So we made money. But the reason why I managed to trade correctly, because we were in a very tight range and I knew I had to take profits quickly. I cannot be too targeting the lows, the highs. Like I was looking for the profit taking, right? Now that we've broken out, I knew, okay, now I can hold on. I can hold on to my trades. Now we're going to see a bit of a momentum move. So now we need to be very careful with going against this trend. Okay. Going against the trend, etc., etc. What will be a really good short confirmation? I mean, the only way to see that is if the 4 hour creates a strong wick. So for example, the 4 hour candle creates like a strong top wick. Something like this, right? This is actually, just look at the previous wicks of major reversals, right? You see these wicks getting set. What usually then happens inside of a 4-hour candle is that usually you see a lot of buyers at the top of the candle, okay? So a lot of green at the top, but the candle closes below it. Now then I know, okay, on the 4-hour, we are most likely going to face resistance here. And if you then mark out a box inside of that high volume zone, right there, and then you mark it out, then look, boom, you pull back and you can't seem to break it anymore and you sell off right there. So that is something that you look for. High volume candle with a large top wick. So the 4-hour candle with a top wick. So don't look, forget about the order flow. Just look at a 4-hour candle that has a longer top wick and that closes, roughly speaking, there. The next 4-hour candle comes up, okay, and it struggles to break out and break that wick. Right, it can't seem to break the top wick of the previous candle. And if you then are here, so you then are at that lower time, 4-hour candle right there, and you go to the lower time frame, then you look for some sort of selling zone confirmation inside of it on the 15-minute, for example. Right, and that's usually a good area for counter trend shorts, etc. But right now, buying zone 1 is already mitigated right now. We are now at the top. I'm gonna mark a new zone right now, and that is gonna be right here, pretty much right there. It's the point of control, I would say now, and the low volume node that comes in between that, all the way to the point of control of the range. So I would say 26, 22 is a new buying zone right now at the moment, especially when this gets taken out. 26. And there is no confirmation for sellers at all at the moment. This is that area. Okay, that is that area that we were talking about right there. These candles right there, these are pretty much the candles that you see around there. So that is a good level to look for. Remove this now, and then our next zone is going to be 4-hour supply, which is sitting right here at the 45. And just level by level, see how price reacts and just play that game. Just play that game. Right there. You owe me a valid entry NTP. I don't owe you anything. I don't owe you shit. Sorry. Can I sell now or keep the gold momentum? Keep the gold momentum. I'll be careful with selling, my friend. I will really be careful with selling at the moment. Even the pullbacks right here, like, because if it's a sell for you to say, I'm gonna sell, I'm gonna hold it because I think this is all Fugazi and we're gonna go all the way to the lows. You might be correct, but keep in mind that we're breaking out right now. And that next week we have the FOMC. And how amazing would it be for gold to come down again and come down when we actually have the FOMC, for example. So price continues to go up, and then the FOMC comes, and then, oh, no, raising interest rates. Boom, major drop again. It's not far away. It's just a week away right now. And it's a very important actual interest rate decision because there was speculation that they wanted to increase interest rates, remember? That's going to be a big one. Right there. Yeah, it's going to be an interesting week for sure. If the FOMC comes out, it will be a big one. It will be a big one, especially for gold, especially for the dollar. I think it will set a lot of things straight. Definitely. Hello, what do you think about only trading for a set time of the day? So for example, trade 2 hours, and even if conditions still good, you still stop and come back the next day. Yeah, I mean, if you trade, for example, like the thing like at the NQ, right? That's a good example. You can trade like the ORB strategy, like many traders do, right? Now that is the perfect time to trade just that moment. When it comes down to gold, gold has its moments. So Asia, for example, has been really good overall. I've been really enjoying it. I've been making money in it. So that's very good. But sometimes in New York, yes, you do see the volume you need, right, for gold to actually be decisive. Especially if the Asian session has been ranging. Then New York will most likely be a manipulative market where it just moves with more volume. So sometimes, yeah, when Asia is flat, New York is where it's at, right? So it depends. It depends. It depends. How do you use the fixed range volume profile? Please explain. I made a video for you, my friend, right there in the chat. If you enter the Telegram group, okay. Right now, I'm focusing a lot more on the educational part of things, okay. It's also my personal journal. I keep all track of all my trades and things like that as well. Inside of it, my results, right? Making sure we keep our results journaled and tracked. So we do that, number one. And sometimes, yes, we talk about analysis and setups and we take them then into the Telegram group, for example, because we talked about it on the streams, right? But right now, at the moment, I have a video for you, which is this video right there. It's a lesson 1 around the volume profile, how to draw it and use it in different conditions. We talk about the difference between time-based volume profiles and structure-based volume profiles, and how to apply them in different market conditions, okay? So you watch that, you click on that. It's an unlisted video. You don't find it on my channel because I don't have any videos on my channel, except for private videos. And watch this. And it's like a 30-minute video and it explains exactly how to mark out the volume profile, etc. Okay? It's a good start, all right? Besides that, if you want to know even more and you want to read my book, you can also read my free book. It's completely free. You don't have to pay for it. about the volume profile right there, and it should set yourself up for a good foundation. So use that in combination with that video that I made for you, and I think you have a really good foundation from there. And then today we'll upload a new video later today. It's about the low volume nodes. Okay? It's a new video around the low volume nodes. Lesson 2, the low volume nodes. What do you think about cumulative volume delta? I think it's good. I think it's amazing. The only problem is that you're gonna face is that sometimes when sometimes it's not giving you the best possible entries. I'll tell you why, okay? Because sometimes the cumulative volume delta can mean two things, right? Sometimes price comes down, but the cumulative volume delta is going up. So a lot of buyers are stepping in, right? And they're accumulating, and then price shoots up. That's a good confirmation for longs, but not here. It's only the good confirmation once you break out and you pull back, because all those buyers are now in profit and they're gonna protect price, okay? But sometimes what can happen is that this can go down forever and ever and ever and ever. Or you can go up forever and ever and ever and ever and ever, and all the sellers are entering, but will never pull back. So yeah, there is a delta divergence, but you never pull back. So the only confirmation I like is when something like this happens, right? Sellers are entering, you break down, and then you pull back. And then you look for a sell. Yeah. Do you ever use trend lines only on the higher time frame? Only on the higher time frame, just to see if we are compressing or not. Now, this was a clear compression, right? Now we're breaking out of that compression. So yeah, definitely, but only on the higher time frame, I would say. Okay. So right now, to be honest, guys, for me personally, these are my two levels that I'm watching. It's either gonna be the 26 and the 4103. So these are like my two buying zones that I'm willing to look at. The next real resistance will be at the 4-hour supply here, which is actually at the 45. Okay, it's a pretty straightforward supply zone. Nothing too fancy, but it's just a zone of an area of resistance. For now, every zone that we targeted has been taken out, and we're continuing to go higher. So, but that's our next zone. Lower time frame, different story. The lower time frame trend is pretty bullish. We are constantly pushing higher. We broke above the point of control of 2 weeks ago, which is this level right there. And on the lower time frame, you can actually see that if you mark out a swing low to swing high, which we did, we marked out the swing low here. So this is the low, and then this is the high. Actually, we have it a little bit higher right now. You can see there is a gap here inside of the value area, okay? And that gap is sitting actually right there. You see that? It's a gap, a low volume node inside of it, right there. That is a zone that I want to mark out right now, okay? So that is a zone that I would look for buys from, okay? The 26. If price gets back, I wait for price to pull back to the 26 and then look for the continuation. If we pull back now, then the 45 will be like the target, right? Let's say. If we lose this level, which we might do, we don't really know for sure, never, right? But like for now, this is a buying zone. If this one is gone and we're continuing to drop, yeah, the next real one that I can find is the one right there. Okay, and that's a big one, by the way. It's around the 4104, the 4103. Okay, somewhere around this area. How long are you trading already? I've been trading for almost 10 years now, since 2016, because of the fact that 17, sorry, 9 years. And I've been live streaming 4 years right now on YouTube. 4 years already. It's unbelievable. It's crazy. Think about it. But it has been already 4 years. And I think we've done now around, I need to see how many live streams we've done, because I have no videos on my channel. So yeah, around 550 live streams. So you saw my whole journey. Was I a worse trader 5 years ago when I started 4 years ago? Yes, of course. I definitely was. I have to admit. But that's how it should be, I guess. You should get better every year. Is there a reason why you trade spot instead of futures? Europeans love to trade spot. That's why. I like to trade spot. I trade futures too. But Europeans love to trade spot. You know what I mean? If you were worse 5 years ago, how about 9 years ago? I think I got lucky. That's it. I just think I got lucky, and then I realized that doesn't hold very long in this space. Being lucky, that doesn't really work very well. Okay, finally. Huge order sitting right above there. I think that is the 45, correct? No, yeah, roughly speaking. $40 on futures and 35. Yeah, that is indeed the 45 area. This might be the first real pullback finally, by the way, because the fact that we're kind of seeing this, impulse to the downside now. Buyers stepped in at the top quite aggressively with a lot of volume again. 2.5K, look at that. That's pretty high. Again, higher than the previous one. The second candle came in. Slightly more sellers entered the market right there, and now we're seeing a little bit of an impulse. Bernardo says, I have my own strategy. Over the last 107 trades, I've won 62. Invalidated 36 and lost 9. Okay. My problem is I'm over trading. Scalping all day, up and down all day. I need help with this one issue. Do you think that you're over trading, or is that what you feel like you're doing? Yeah? Okay. I would say you have a lot more information now, because if you've taken so many trades, then hopefully you know exactly, you need to find a way to track those trades, or you need to find a way to journal those trades or track it or trace it back. And then you can probably already see, oh, this worked well. This didn't work really well. This was actually, or these setups were one of my best setups that I've taken from my wins. Let's just focus on that. Let's focus on that. And let's focus on that only. So what? You take half of the trades, but you make more money. My biggest issue was that I hold trades too long, for example. And that's something that I've been working on a lot. It's like holding my trades according to how long I should hold it in different conditions. So different trading conditions, different rules. Instead of different conditions, same rules. Okay, so the first thing that I've noticed was different conditions apply different rules. Okay, instead of the same rules. I think even if you would take this right here, yeah, you have the exact same zone, same area. Come on. I'm purposely streaming longer today to see if you can get the pullback. I'm gonna give it like what, like 20 more minutes. That's it, 15 minutes, right? Because this candle looks like we're gonna potentially come down. So give it some time. If this continues to go up again, I mark out my levels and I wait for my levels to be hit. I'm not gonna chase it down. But it looks like we might still get there. Depends where we close this 50-minute candle in 5 minutes. Especially if we close below that. That will be the first time in a while that we've done that. So that will be considered a potential pullback. What time you usually stop? Usually 2 hours max. Usually we only have like 2 hour streams, and that's actually enough. I must admit, right? 2 hour streams, I think. 2 hours, 2 hours, 4 hours. Okay, that was probably in drawdown. Probably when I'm in drawdown, it's a longer stream. 2 hours, 2.4 hours, 2 hours. Yeah, usually 1 hour and a half. So it's usually around 2 hours. But now it's already been 3 hours. Okay. Closure in what, 3 minutes? Yes. Yeah, we love to come back to the value area of this range. This is the whole value area of the swing. So the swing low to the swing high here on the 5 minute. This is the most volume. The swing, the very high, the very low. This is the whole value area. And we want to see not an acceptance. We don't want to get accepted inside of the value area. So we don't want to break below the low volume node here. Because the moment you do that and you close below that, then we're probably going to see something like this, and we're going to test the maybe even the lower boundary of it, and get to the VWAP. And yeah, then even the next zone. But for now, the easiest one will be trend continuation and get towards that area and just bounce and get to the 45. But I think we're going to close below that. We'll see. 1 minute left. Close below this this high, which is actually finally the first time that we're seeing this. Gotta love the low volume nodes. Getting close, my friends, getting close. I'm not streaming longer for that, by the way. I'm actually streaming because of that setup. But we're getting close. Keep in mind, these subscribers only came from live streaming. We don't make videos here on this channel. I was thinking about making more videos again and actually taking that more serious, but I prefer to do that privately and then give you guys some education and just drop it unlisted on the channel. And you can learn about it then. And it's all about, you know, helping you with the live streams as well. So you understand why we're looking at certain levels, why we're looking at certain things, right? Correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't we just tap in opponent control for 2 weeks ago? Yes, that's sitting at 27, 26. Finally. I think we're gonna close. We closed below it. Yes? Yes, we did. We did close below it. Where is this playlist from? The playlist is from Epidemic Sound. Okay. I'm gonna update the playlist very soon. So you have all kinds of new tracks. So you can have it too in Spotify. Abhishek, please brother, take a trade. For that also, I also get motivated to do. Okay, man, Abhishek, for you, man. This one is for you. The next one is dedicated to you. The next trade is for Abhishek, the man himself. Wow. Did we close? Yes. Did we close below it? Yes. Where was the most volume traded in that candle? There. Where are we getting rejected at right now at the moment? There. Right? So this can definitely come down. The problem is we have this area, which is actually our zone. No, slightly lower. That's our zone. If you had to give me an estimate, what is a good amount to make before moving to Bali as a trader? Ooh, man, it depends on your lifestyle, bro. It's hard to say. It depends on your lifestyle. You know, Bali, you can make it as cheap as you want. You can make it as expensive as you want. Okay? I'm more in that upper range at the moment. So I cannot give you the best advice. And make sure that if you do something and you want to go full time, that you have some sort of backup. I didn't have a plan B, and that was my biggest curse. Now it's my biggest blessing. At the time, it was my biggest curse. It was a horrible. It was a lot of stress. A lot of stress. Very stressful. So the best thing is that you have a job or something like that, something stable. You know, you don't have to get rich from it. You just have something that pays your bills. You just keep doing that. You keep working on your craft. So instead of you working 40 hours a week, right? You work 80 hours a week if you really want to make a difference in your life. You double the working hours. But that 40 hours is just to pay your bills on your job, and the other 40 hours is to spend on becoming a better trader. How's the new elite doing? Amazing. And we just had our first session actually Monday. And so far, so good. The next session is tomorrow. Of course, it's real early. So we'll see what happens with them. But amazing group of people. Amazing group of people, really. Really happy with them. Bro, why don't you give us a trade, bro? I'm not sure if you see my chart, but like, it's been there for like 30 minutes. It's been there for 30 minutes, you know what I mean? Like, it's pretty clear. Can't make it more obvious. I've been streaming. I'm streaming like longer than usual actually right now, because I'm waiting. Already 1 hour longer than usual. There's only one thing that I can do, and that's chasing trades down right now, top, or chase the market, right? I need to get to my areas of interest. I just need to get down to my levels. That's it. No matter what, that's the rule for myself. In any type of condition, in ranging markets, like yesterday, we took a trade, for example. Monday we took a trade. New York, I took a trade. And it all was pullback scenarios, like pretty much. Do you think we're too overextended for buys? Yeah, that's a very good question. A very legitimate question, actually. Personally, I don't think so. I mean, you never know, right? But right now, at the moment, the problem that I had in the past, and this comes just from my personal experience, is that like I was so stuck in my mind thinking, oh, we have to pull back. We have to pull back. This is the top. It was all fake out. It can't continue like this. And it kept going and going and going and going. And I was just missing out of trade after trade after trade after trade. So I decided after that moment, when I missed out like on a complete swing, like a 4-hour swing, because I kept looking for the next short, right? And price kept going higher. I was like, this is not gonna happen to me again. Okay, that's not gonna happen to me again. I'm not gonna make that same mistake for the 6th time, because I've done it multiple times, not just once. And for me now personally, is I'm looking at the trend, I'm looking at the way the market is moving, and if I somehow see a good area of interest, I'll go into it. And if I get invalidated, I might look at the next level one more time. And if I get invalidated there, okay, you know? But at least I'm trying to get in, and I'm still not chasing the market, right? It's not that I'm like chasing the market down. I'm still waiting for my zones to be hit. But the amount of times that I've tried to predict, let's say, the top, and then it kept going higher. Also, the other way around, right? When the market came down. Constantly trying to think, oh, this is the bottom. This is the bottom. This is the bottom. And it's going to reverse completely. This was just a fake out. And like, it keeps going higher. It keeps going down. So the risk is that you buy and then we are overextended and we break down. That's the risk. But I rather risk that now at the moment than waiting and looking for the shorts now and then constantly not getting into the shorts, because it's just constantly going higher. And this is what gold can do. You guys, if you know gold and you know gold well, then you know that gold, when gold goes, it can keep going. And it can ignore levels and zones. And it just does whatever it wants at certain moments in time. But hey, we'll see, man. It's trading. BRZ Originals. I'm on a losing streak because of the counter trend with this Asian session low volume, and it keeps going up. Yeah, I agree. Damn. Yo, much love, my friends. Appreciate that, though. I really do. Thank you, guys, man. Sooner than expected. Well, it took me 4 years, right? To go from 0 to 100. Took me 4 months to go to 100 to 150. Wow. Appreciate you guys. What time is it here? It is 12 p.m. almost. Yes, 12 p.m. The next day already. So when you're going to bed, okay, you wake up and it's the same day as our day right now, 12 p.m. here. Yeah, we're creeping down. We're creeping down. We're creeping there. What is the name of the volume software you're using? This is called the Xau charts. The Xau charts. Yes. Yeah, we still have that 4-hour zone here, right? And this is what I'm watching the most right now. 21,000 contracts in this 4-hour Asian candle. That is a lot. Okay, that's a lot. 21,000, 15,000 yesterday. Monday, 15,000. Friday, 14,000. Thursday, 12,000. Wednesday, 12,000. Tuesday, 14,000. Monday, 17,000. So we're at 21,000. So we have the most volume traded in a 4-hour candle. The 4-hour opening candle. From open to close. 21,000 contracts. Most of that volume has been traded above, right around this area. So, yeah. It's a lot more volume today. How much is the extra charge? I think it's around $50 a month, 50 euros a month, I think, somewhere around that. 50 euros. And you need to buy some market data too. I think it's around $30, $35. It is worth it, but yeah, get the hang of the basics. You know, use the volume profile, learn the volume profile. I love the volume profile. I've been using it for years and years and years. Is this then the moment here? Are we gonna react from the very high number one? That's a good sign always to watch that. Let's see what happens on the 5. I was already reacting from it. It didn't tap into my zone yet. But it's already reacting from the point of control. Of course it is. Look how close though, on the 1 minute. Dun, 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 dun. I like the initial reaction though. That's actually very, very good. So yeah. The hourly looks like it can go lower. Hourly, really? Does it? Does it look bearish? I don't think so. It doesn't look really bearish to me. You mean the previous hourly candle? Yeah, that is definitely a little bit of a rejection kind of that we're seeing here. There is still a lot of absorption, right? Look at that. There's a lot of absorption still. There's a lot of absorption here. Dun, 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 dun. Where have you set your buy lower the limit? I've set it at yeah, 26, like I said before. But I'm looking at the lower time frame right now. Let me just check it real quick. We saw a little bit of an impulse spike. Yeah, a lot of volume. It depends where we close this 5-minute candle, I would say. For like market buys as well. One minute 40 seconds left, so let's see. What is this on futures? On futures, I think it is the 30. Yeah, it's polling control of the previous, not the previous week, but the week before the previous week right there. So that is just an important level to watch. Because we closed above that quite aggressively and now we're pulling back into it again. On the lower time frame, we have the swing low, the swing high. We also have an area of low volume traded inside of the value area. That is usually a good combination for an absorption, potentially looking at that reaction. So we're seeing already how it's kind of reacting from this area, right? Finding a bit of support already. Wow. Yeah, we're very close, man. Very close. So close. My other account got already tapped. Let price come to you. And life will be more enjoyable. No. Imagine if this would shoot up now. Just imagine. Just imagine if this would shoot up now. Oh, that would be so crazy, right? But yeah, you can definitely see that this is an area of interest right now. Like I definitely like what I see here overall. I like this this initial reaction. You could say I like it. I do like it. So let's just give it some time. Yeah, look at that. Look at that. Are you ready? And yeah, on one account I am. But this one is actually, if this one doesn't get triggered, this is actually the main account that I want to get in. 26. I think on the other account, I just put it slightly higher. So it got triggered earlier, but man, this account did not get triggered right there. Maybe now. But the other one is right here. You can see now I had it I think I just had it slightly higher. But yeah, this one is the main one. One lot. Hmm. Yeah, just give it some time. Not chasing it down. But that was, I think, like one. I actually think it was like 1 pip or something, like 2 pips max. It has to be. It has to be. Like, honestly, guys, can you guys see it? Can you guys see that? I'm not joking. Like, look at the bottom there. Look at the line here. Look at that. It came to 4126.32 and we have a limit. No, 4631 and we had a limit at 27. 4126.27. Price came to 4126.31. Look at that. You see that? Wow. Look at that though. Look at that. Right? And the other one we're in already, but like, yeah. Wow. Slightly different. Anyways, there's no follow, like we're not there yet, right? We're gonna look at the 50-minute or 5-minute candle as well here. I like the zone, I like the reaction, but it's not, doesn't speak like, wow, we're just gonna go here yet. So it's not like that we left the station or something. But man, that was a big... That's close. That was so close. Really, 0.3 lot for 7k count? Yeah, you think it's too much? I mean, keep in mind, this is not all the capital that we have, right? It's like, so do that take in consideration. Oh, it's too low. Oh, okay, yeah. No, we were trading 1 lot on that other account, that's true. Yeah, it is reacting from it. Yeah, it is definitely reactive from it. Oh no, you see? So maybe we get a chance. Oh man. At least that's definitely what we're looking for, the 45, right? Yeah. I mean, yeah. Okay, well, it is what it is then. If it goes, guys. It is what it is. You know what I mean? On that one guy, on that one trade, though. Yeah, that one lot would have been nicer though. That would have been a 2000 TP. Yeah, that was a 1 pip miss. That was a 1 pip miss. Absolutely, this is a 1 pip miss, guys. Really, on that one, 100%. If this goes, it goes. Yeah. Give me 1 second. Let me get some tea. Where can I put the stop loss now? Below that zone right now. Because we didn't sweep like through it like really aggressively, because sometimes when you come down like this, right, you sweep and then you come back into it and then you go higher. But now we are kind of holding support already. Cowboy took it. Okay, then let's go. If Cowboy takes it, then I know. Like, then I know. Then I know we're good. Then we're good. Okay, that's awesome. Yeah, well, that's one. We keep it there though. I keep it there. I keep it there. In case. Can you explain why you mark that zone as a low volume node? Because we have a low volume node here. Actually, we have two of them. Sorry, this is one of them. Right? You can see it right there inside. Right there, you see that? So we have one right there. If you want to be very precise, this is one. Look at where we tapped into. That one. You see that? That's a buying zone. Then we have another one below that. Okay, it's actually here. Okay, it's actually right here. But what I did in this case, I just turned this into like one zone because of the fact that we have the point of control there, two zones very closely related. So that's why I just turned that into one zone pretty much. Okay, but in reality, it's actually two individual nodes pretty much, right? That's kind of the thought process. Are you in Australia because it's light? No, I'm close to it. I'm in Bali right now. Bali is probably the same time, roughly. Not the same time. It's slightly earlier than Australia, but it's not far away. Okay. Maybe get filled though. Yeah. Okay, Alex, we're definitely forming some support here, right? We can all acknowledge this right now. After that pullback, we're holding up here at the point of control, the below volume node. It is an important level to watch carefully right here. And yeah, if we had to go for a buy in a pullback, then this was, in my opinion, the buy or the entry, right? This area at least, as our first zone of interest. Let's see if we can actually now make that a nice squeeze that we want to see here, because we need definitely some volume. So hopefully we can. Wow, damn. What a stream today. What a stream today. We had to wait very long for this trade today, so that's why I'm like, okay. We better get to work now, but I'm still not chasing. I'm still committed, still disciplined. Even after so many hours streaming. Wow, it is crazy though. Let's be honest. Look at that. Look at that reaction there. You cannot even see it with the eye. You can't even see it. Did you withdraw already? Go Y balance back to 11K? That's profit. That's not my balance. Yeah, I still keep that limit order there. In case. And I'm not chasing it down. Are we gonna get tapped? Okay. Yes, finally. Finally. Patience, man. No discipline. Oh, discipline. Discipline. If I would chase it at the top here, right here, and price would come down, we're even in a worse position, right? Okay, now we can watch and wait. Watch and wait. Ooh. What an impulse. In that zone here. Wow. What an impulse though. Yeah, we're hovering around our zone. Around 26 now at the moment. Kind of hovering around it. It wants to drop, it wants to come down. Kind of seeing that absorption though. We have already another zone right inside of that. That's what I'm saying. We have 2 zones actually. So watch these zones carefully. It's constantly hovering right there. Back at entry. Close above. Okay. Okay, it's a decent closure, I have to say again. But we don't see the follow through yet, but it's a decent closure, I must say. I do like the closure overall. Where to put your stop loss? Like I said before, I would like to put it below the zone, preferably a little bit lower, preferably around this area, right? Around the 20. Because if that gets hit and we might come down lower, we might pull into the 18. And then we have another zone below that. But then you're below the point of control. So then I think we have to come down lower. And then I would look for a new area lower. So I will take a hit and then look for a new level lower. A new trade lower. Around the... We have another zone in between, by the way. We have a couple of zones right now that we have been creating here. Okay? We have another one at 12, which is this area. At the VWAP. And then at 3, so... But right now, don't have to think about it. We're in our first zone. We're in our first trade. So that's most important. Just want to see that 15 flip. That would be amazing. Yeah, that would be great. Okay, that's good. I mean, the 5 minute will close in 1 minute. So we still have like, again, we don't really have like a bottom wick again. We don't really have a really large breakout though, but let's be honest. But on the 50 minute, you can see that we're definitely getting absorbed there. We have been hovering around here for 45 minutes. We came down and then a 30 minute like kind of bounce or flat range right now. And now we kind of are seeing the fact that we are, yeah, kind of respecting our zone, right? Our initial zone here. And kind of hovering around it now. But yeah, I do like the overall reaction here. It's not bad. Just need to get some, we need to see new volume coming in. Something like that. What happens when it ranges too long? Yeah, when it ranges too long, it ranges too long. Sometimes we have to be just patient, I think. You know what I mean? Patience, pace. We actually did not chase our entry today. I'm very happy with that. We did not chase, even when it went up. We were like, nope. It's 26 or nothing. 26 or nothing. And again, it helped tremendously because if we would have entered at the top there, right? Chasing it, we would have been in drawdown still. Now we're hovering around our entry, but it's always better than having to recover. Ooh, that's a big impulse though. That's a big spike. Don't you think so? Yo, what up, bro? How are you, man? New haircut? Nice. Awesome. Sorry? Yeah, streaming. Yes, sir. Ooh, okay, still in it. Are we holding support at it? Yes, we do. Are we getting absorbed? Yes. Are we following through? Not yet. Not really. Still waiting. You seem got it. Yeah, I do like how it's flattening out here a little bit, right? Let's be honest. But there is not the volume yet. We're not seeing a lot of volume around this time right now. Which one? Oh, yeah? Okay, cool. Entry again. Wow, look at that. Just look at the 5 minutes for a second here. Look at that. Look at that. Look at the 5 minutes. Gotta love the zone. Playing out or playing not out, we're gonna love the zone. You gotta love it. When do we close the next candle? In 4 minutes. So we still have it's a fresh candle. I receive what? $5? Oh, damn. Thank you for my Starbucks, my G. Dominican trader. Cheers. That's my Starbucks right there. That is my Starbucks right there. It's just hovering around the entry right now. The 5 minute is still hovering around. It's not doing much. Every time when it comes down, it looks, oh, that's gonna go. And then it doesn't. And then it doesn't. Regardless, for me, this is a pretty clear setup, though. I would take this trade all the time. Range, pullback, low volume node, key level. You can see why it's reacting here. Why it has a hard time. Also breaking down, same time. Due to that area. PA car, I'm looking at the VWAP, wonder if it's going to go there. Yeah, that's our next zone. That is our next zone. We have 3 zones marked out. Most important zones are actually there now. Let's move this one for a second. It's 1 and 2. Conclusion is, in trending markets, if even one of those trades play out, you end up making you make up money, but you need to go into both. You need to enter both scenarios. The risk to reward is pretty clean, because we'll be targeting somewhere around the highs. It's still hovering around our entry, man. Exactly. Check out the volume also on the tick volume. Let's see what the tick volume is telling us right now. Yeah, it's really low right now. Order flow 5 minute. 100, 200, 200, 100. Yeah, it's really low. Really low, really low. It is really low. Yeah. Two? Yeah. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Wow, how long been streaming already? 4 hours. Wow. To wait for this trade? Yeah, it's definitely holding at our zone, that's for sure. Doesn't want to break it for now. Okay, let's wait. 1 second. Yeah, we're definitely flattening out here at our entry, at our zone. Mari says trend is down. It depends what trend you're talking about. You're talking about the 4 hour, you're talking about the 15 minute. You're talking about the 5 minute. What are you talking about right now? This is the longest amount of time I think ever that we've been in around our entry. Since an entry. Right? Pretty much. Give us a nice big fat sweeper to the upside. I know it's not the best time though. I agree with you, Jason. It's true. It is true. You just have to be so patient today for that point of interest. And we're in a bit of an interesting market as well, right? Don't forget that. We are definitely in a breakout phase from yesterday still. So anything is possible. Okay. Man, if we can break structure here and close above that high, that would be top. That would be top. If we can shoot above that. Okay. If this trade plays out, then call me Mr. Absorption from now on. But we're not there yet. Mr. Absorption. Coffee PC, man. I forgot about that one already. I like this closure overall. I really like it. Above the very high again. It's okay. Above the 28. Just really want to break above this high, right? If you can do that, then I kind of break above this smaller range that we're creating at the moment. Create a little bit of a breakout from that range, and then hopefully just break out of this range, and then do something like that. Let's see. That's where the resistance is at. You see that? Top of that smaller range. Okay. TP1, to be honest, if we close above this high, which is the range, let's say, the smaller range that we have been forming now here, right? This area. And our entry is literally here at the 26, right? At a good level, right? A good level. I will put my stop loss on break even if you can close above it cleanly. And I will not take any profits, I think, in this case. And wait for price to see if you could trend up again. If it comes back, it comes back. But if it doesn't, then you have an amazing position. We usually take profits like we talked about, but we are now in a clean, like, kind of environment where we are trending, pulling back, trending, pulling back. You know what I mean? Like, we have been doing this pretty cleanly right now at the moment. You see that? So, kind of following that wave, but we need to close above it, number one. We need to close above the range. Because that's where the resistance is at, as you can see. And we're back. We're back again. Okay. Can we actually close above that? Finally. Cowboy, simple in theory, but the market likes to make it as unpredictable as possible. All about probabilities, not certainties. Love that, Cowboy. Love that. Still getting rejected there. You see that, guys? It doesn't want to break above that range. Not yet, at least. Yeah, it's tough to break out of this range, huh? It really is. You know what the thing is I'm looking at right now? I'm watching every last minute of every 5 minutes. Every last minute of every 5 minutes to see how we close. Because what I've noticed by studying the order flow so many times now is that, like, when these orders are coming in, usually in the last like 20, 30 seconds of that candle, we really see them sometimes the most volume coming in, and then actually that shows the direction of where price really wants to go. It's something that I'm not 100% certain about, but it's something I've been studying and observing. And yeah, I can understand why we're facing resistance here now. But yeah, our zone is a relative zone. If you say, listen, I don't think it's safe, I don't like this setup, it's too long, we're too ranging here, then just get out. Like, get out the trade. That's it. Just get out the trade. Make it, turn it into a quick scalp, and that's it. Not a bad closure. And this is the beautiful thing about buying limits, right? For me personally, this is a good example of why I like these buy limits and why I don't like to chase the market down, because it allows us to be now in a position here where I can can observe the market a little bit and kind of see, okay, initial reaction is okay, but what do I want to do now? But you need to be so patient for that as well, right? So patient. And we're back again. Five lot long, damn, that's big. And we're breaking. This was 5 minutes. We entered here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 55 minutes of hovering around our entry and profit. No follow through. $55 minutes hovering around in profit, but not following through here. Wait for that closure though. I'm ready for that closure for sure. There's no way. Yeah, VWAP is right there, waiting. Look at the VWAP too, watching it carefully. Still in a low volume node here right now at the moment. This is the zone that we marked out. We are reacting from it again. I would not be surprised if we react here again. I would not be surprised if you come back and maybe even flip it. Or try to. When would you close your trade? I would close my trade if a 15-minute candle closes below the point of control, I would say. Which is at the 22. If you close below that on the 15-minute, I think I will get out. But for now, watching it. Where did you enter the trade? I entered the trade right here. You see that line? I'm not sure if you can see it, but it's right there in this candle right there. Right there. When is the 15-minute close? 15-minute close is in 10 minutes, so. Kind of watching the zone, the 22. That is kind of the area that we need to watch, because if you can if you close below the point of control, then we'll most likely have to come back down to the 18. And then the loss starts to become bigger, and then I think it's better to not get involved and try to wait and then try to enter lower again. Well, you can definitely see how our zone got respected for a long time, and it just like was constantly hovering around until it broke it. But we're still in our low volume node, and we're still above the point of control. As long as we stay above that, then I don't have to think about our next area, which is the VWAP and the buying zone below here. So for now, we're still in it. Lorenzo, have you used C-Trader? No. Actually, be honest, never. I've never used C-Trader before. Yeah. Without putting a stop loss, how do you deal with Trump tweets? I only trade when he sleeps. No, I'm joking. No, we obviously manage to trade and we never over risk as well, right? Keep in mind that we never over risk our account like that. Yeah, one lesson that I take away, or I've been trying to wait for the point of interest for a long time. We've been streaming for a long time today, like already 4.5 hours. And the main reason why is because it was pulling back here. Our entry around was here, which is actually in the zone that we were interested in. You can see how long we have been hovering around our entry, trying to break out. But like, you can tell that the volume is getting tighter and tighter and lower. So that's why I usually stream around 2 hours, because you know that the volume is there. And if there is no trade, there is no trade. But hey. Today will be a long stream for sure. Try C-Trader? Okay. Yeah, I've never done it before. I've never tried it. I will give it a go for sure. At some point. You also have Match Trader. I know Match Trader. Match Trader is very nice. Is it similar to that? Have you heard about that? Now, this 50-minute candle will be very important. Yeah, that was a big impulse move, that's for sure. Yeah, we've been using MetaTrader 5 for so long, so many years now. And, you know, to be honest, what I like about MT5 is just the mobile version. You know, the mobile version is actually very chill. That's also another layer. Yeah, in my opinion, if you look at this zone, this range right now that we had created, then this has to be the manipulation. If this is quote unquote the manipulation, then you need to see more volume coming in here, right? That is just the truth behind it. You want to see more volume coming in right now at the moment, right here, and not low volume, right? That usually is not a good sign overall. But we are at above the point of control, so as long as we're above it and we have our zone, there's nothing really to, yeah, for me, like, no reason to exit my trade yet. This would be considered the best possible trade, to be honest, though. If you want to look for like a lower time frame confirmation right now, and you wait for longs and not shorts, the best trade would absolutely be breakout, retest, continuation, and then taking the volume profile of the range, and then mark out the very high, the very low, and then take this setup right there. You know what I mean? Like that will be like, that's like another beautiful setup for sure to look at. Still some volume coming in again. Did they remove the drop and drop? They did not. Did they do that? For me personally, they did not. I could still like do the drag and drop on MetaTrader 5. You just click on it and it pops up at the bottom and it's there. So for me, it works, man. Yeah, for me, it works. You wait 4 hours for this shit. Yeah, exactly. We're waiting 4 hours for this. It happens, man. Well, that's what I'm saying. What I'm going to do is I'm going to start tomorrow at 8 a.m. 8 p.m. New York time. So earlier. And then we have a little bit more room as well. And more volume as well right away. So that's going to be good. Now we had to kind of wait. And then the moment I wanted to cut the stream, actually, I was like, after 2 hours, I was like, yeah, 2.5 hours. I was like, okay, probably have to close the stream for today. But then it started to drop to our entry. I was like, okay, fair enough. Let's wait. And then we got into our entry and we saw the reaction. And we came up and we were looking at something like this, right? But then we broke down. Now we are still in a low volume node above the point of control, but facing resistance indeed. So yeah. It was kind of the in-between sessions. So next time I really need to be careful about this as well, by the way, that I keep either the stream shorter and not try to trade between Asia and London. You know what I mean? Yeah, and then out of nowhere, you're in crazy profits again. So that's, wow, that's crazy. What the fuck is going on? Okay. All right. I'm not sure where that volume came from, that impulse came from, but I was like, damn. Back in green. In our case, blue. Wow. Like you said 130, right? Oh, 230, 130, 230. Okay. What a zone though, man. What a zone. What a zone. Now this range becomes super appealing. If we can close above the very high in the point of control here, that is very good. That is actually very good. If we can do that, right? Then this is very good. Specifically the very high. But man, it will be tough. But I'm not sure where that injection of volume came from. That was like a big push. That was a big reaction. Out of nowhere. Wow. That was a big one. Damn. Yeah, wait for candle closures first, right? Super important. Because it could easily be the, you know, the reaction here, but like, wow. Yeah, you see? POC immediately. What an impulse though, what a move that was. What a volume came in here. Yeah, last minute, then you know. Did something happen on the dollar or something? Like oil? Hmm? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Close. I mean, it's not a bad closure, you know? It's not a bad closure at all. Look at the 5-minute closure. It's not a bad closure. It's not a bad closure. Wow. It's not a bad closure at all. Look at that. Damn. Like I said, we need to close above that very high level and the point of control with conviction. That's not a closure above, you see that? That is not a closure above. The closure above is... The market's absolutely wild today, right? Wow. Can we close above that? Wow. If this closes above on the 5 minute, then you have a clear CME play here internally inside of our zone. And Cowboy just said it. He literally said it. He said, this is the market. It likes to make it as unpredictable as possible. And the low volume node did its thing again. Shout out to Cowboy for that one. Also good that we didn't close the trade, right? In like a rush or like in like a... Yeah, and in that case as well, just manage the trade and just look at it. Wait for the 50-minute closure. That's like the rule. Damn. And then this sound pops up suddenly out of nowhere. What a timing.
Push the limit, break the chain.
Yeah, 100% stop loss and break even, right? 100% stop loss and break even here, right? Secure yourself right now. That's actually the confirmation you need to look for. If you want, you can wait for the 5-minute closure as well. But that is for sure the security right now, right? No reason to not put your stop loss and break even if you bought at 26. You could take profits here if you want to. Okay, you can. You should do it. This is all up to you, right? Mark out your buying zone and see me. What I like about this is that we have our CME play right now here, potentially, right? And that is the very high. And opponent control in the 1 minute, because now you have a range. You have a manipulation. So a consolidation, a manipulation, the expansion, and then the retracement into the very high and opponent control. And our entry is below that, right? So you're pretty much 100% secured right now, okay? There is no way that you should not put your stop loss and break even, in my opinion. So it's a risk-free trade. That's very good. Okay. Do you want to take profits? That's the question, right? We're up around, yeah, significant amount, so it's pretty good. So that's up to you. But those two levels are those levels that you need to watch if you pull back. That was a big impulse though, wow. That was a big push. A lot of volume again. Yeah, you see that on the 4 hour? Yeah, it's that area right there, yeah. Yeah. All right, guys. You guys know what to do right now. My job is completed. This stream has been taken 4 hours. almost 5-hour stream. Okay? Almost a 5-hour stream right now. You are secured 100%. If you want to take profits, it's up to you to decide what you're going to do here. Do your thing, man. Enjoy the process, okay? Enjoy the rest of the trade. Manage this well. You should have either taken profits or secured yourself already. It's been one of the longest streams we had so far, okay? This stream so far has a record-breaking number right now at the moment. And I say it clearly, we have a record-breaking number right now on the stream here. 50,000.5 views, okay? 52,000 views on this stream right there. That's a record, my friends. We also reached today 150,000 subscribers, and we started at 149. You guys are absolute legends, okay? Love you guys. Take care, okay? Manage. I need to go right now. All right, manage your trade accordingly. If you want to take profits, put your stop loss and break even. I'm gonna back tomorrow. I'm gonna tomorrow be there a bit earlier at 8 a.m. EST, okay? 8 a.m. EST. I'm gonna be there a bit earlier, okay? Because I want to see what's going on here, especially around the 8-hour mark right now, 8 p.m. Sorry, not a.m., 8 p.m. EST, you know what I mean? Yes, sir. Okay. Much love, guys. See you later, yeah? Good luck. See you tomorrow.
Fueron las ganas, ser desacata y sudarlo sin pensar. La tienen hasta ya cuando empiezo a bailar. Caught your attention. Se viró la disco, trae mucho flow. Desacatadita, vamos a darle un show. Vamos a darle un show. Luces bajitas, sudando lento, copas arriba, cero sentimiento. No me hables de lo que pudo ser, eso se queda donde lo dejé. No me persigas, no estoy en ti. Esto es por el ritmo que tengo en mí. No fue la cal, fue decisión. Bailar contigo fue tentación.
Yo, much love. See you later, guys. See you later. Ciao, 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 ciao.
Fueron las ganas, ser desacata y sudarlo sin pensar. La tienen hasta ya.